says I'm live, but am I? And we are live! Hi, everybody! Let's see how we got here. Pop out the chat. Bing! Good to see you, glad to have you. Reminders from no spoilers. By spoilers, we mean anything from Endwalker or any major reveals from any expansion. Within reason, now that we've passed them in the MSQ run at this point, it's fair to try and talk about Heaven's Word and Stormblood and that good jazz, but especially, you know, just be mindful. If you want it spoiled for you, then don't spoil it for others. Des, good to see you, glad to have you. Raven, good to see you, glad to have you. Just a reminder, if you can't find us, we are at our home away from home in the Crystarium. We're at the Cabinet of Curiosity. We're under the giant purple tree. Still Crystal Curl. Thank you, Bean. How's my audio? Let me know, guys. Am I a bit quiet or anything? Jlolly! Glolly ho! Daniel, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah. V, good to see you, glad to have you. Amaurot, good to see you, glad to have you. Pretty good, much better than last week at any rate. Good, Daniel, good. Sorry for the late start. Yes, Ray daylight saving time is different for Ray than it was me, so there's some miscommunication on what was what, yeah. Or a thing, and they're a week earlier in the USA because reasons, yeah. Even most Americans have trouble dealing with it, yeah. Dude, I didn't even realize we lost an hour. That makes today make a lot more sense, yeah. Light, good to see, glad to have you. You know, it's funny, I got up earlier than usual today, rather than later. See the benefits of not having a normal sleep cycle. We need to end daylight savings time. Arbitrarily losing or gaining an hour just doesn't make any sense. At least not anymore. Yeah, I'm sure there are like some cogent arguments for it, but I will say personally for me, at this point, just pick one of the days, either ahead or back, whatever, I don't care, just pick it and stick with it. Must be a Nastian plot. Yeah. No, don't end me, yeah. Certainly seems like something Emmett would do, yeah. And Litibus would end daylight savings. Yeah, Emmett would just remark about the passage of time. Bling, good to see, glad to have you. Didn't see a sign saying don't lick the like button, so I'm doing it now. It's becoming a weapon. We need a shirt that says don't lick the like button. Or just like a tongue sticker. Black Flame, good to see, glad to have you. Raven, did I say good to have you, glad to have you? I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, it's up at the top. Decoy, good to see, glad to have you. It's time to yeah. Amaurot, good to see you. Yep. Since YouTube crashed, you obligated to say like and share. If you lick, keep those germs to yourself. Audio's fine, audio's good. Lady, good to see, glad to have you. Tam, good to see, glad to have you. Well, guys. Not A3, good to see, glad to have you. One of your first time catching streams. Well, good to see you, glad to have you. How you doing? How you been? We're gonna finish Shadowbringers today. Come hell or high water, even if we have to go a little late. I'm gonna go check that I have finished up. I've forgotten if I did the last one of the tank roll quests. So I'm gonna go make sure that I did do that, because we're gonna need that sooner rather than later. And then we're gonna head right on in. If you'd like to join for the final dungeon or for the final trial, please do. I know that there's a couple people that already have potentially locked slots on that, so definitely make sure to hang out at the tree ahead of time and try to make sure that you speak up if you particularly want to. Beyond that, I ask that if you try to do the dungeon, maybe you let someone else do the trial. Okay, take roll quests. Loved and lost. Okay, both are in Ilmeg, so let's go check the Ilmeg. Also, this is look at all you lovely people. Look at all you lovely people. This is great. Look at all you guys doing a bunch of whole malevolence, because of course you are. It's you. Let me just. Cool. Okay, let's go check out Ilmeg quick, just to triple check. Finally got around to doing the DLC of Breath of the Wild because it was on sale a couple weeks ago, and the Champions Ballad was worth it for the picture at the end. Dude, Champion Ballads is cool, and also I won't spoil it, but the ending of the final dungeon is pretty rad. That's 12 Loved and Lost. Yeah, that's the last one. Okay. How's everyone doing? How did everybody enjoy their 6.35? How did you enjoy your, what? Careful about spoilers, but your Rika Orthos, your, Manderville, and your Loporits. Is there something else I'm missing? I feel like that's it. Wait, is V, Alala dressed as Ishtola? They were just sitting. Oh, I'm sorry, Raven. That sucks. Yosh, good to see you, glad to have you. Have you beat the game and are doing MSQ and an alt? I just saw your video at 7.0 and saw your live streaming. Yeah, we've been doing, so this is an alt, then for the past about year or so, I've been doing a restream of going through the entire game bit by bit. And now we're right at the end of Shadowbringers. So this has basically been to not only refresh anything that I might have forgotten, because the main beats of everything I remember, but also to like deep dive into little lore tidbits as we go through. Also, once we finish Shadowbringers and get through around 5.3, we may take time to do some of the side content that's, I think, relevant before going into Endwalkers. So, for instance, we're definitely going to be doing Baja, Eden, and probably Nier as well. But the other thing we're going to hit on is, I think, there's a lot of other elements that I think are worth getting through before we head into Endwalker, like doing all the role quests, doing, I had another example, but I don't recall what it was. But yeah. Just got out of school and I'm extremely ready to hop on. Hell yeah. Des, good to see, glad to have you. You forgot to mention the 6.25. Well, that's not worth talking about because it's just such a nothing burger. I enjoyed Hildebrand. Sadly, I can't do Loporritz or Eureka Orthos yet. Because not 90 or no Crafter or... Well, no, because Hildebrand you would have had him in 90. Yeah, definitely welcome Yosh, and definitely welcome not A3. It's good to have you. Like I said, it's clearing up now. I was given medicine to treat it. Awesome, Raven. That's good. Lops are hilarious. Orthos is incredible. Haven't gone past 30 yet. Yeah, totally feel the same, Tim. Haven't touched the MSQ or anything beyond crafting an island since finishing Endwalker. I've done some of the older dungeons for the first time. Wanderer's Palace and Karnhard. Nice. I mean, now is a great time to take your time and do a bunch of other side content you either haven't gotten around to or haven't done in a while. This is what the 6.x or the .x patches, and especially like the 0.3 to around the 0.5 is phenomenal for. I mean, 0.55 too is just phenomenal for, is catching up on everything you want to do before we end up going into the next expansion when it's going to be all the focus on that. Now is a great time to work on the backlog. Oh, Daniel. Okay, well, we can get you through Palace of the Dead 50. Grandson, I have given you ample time to consider the path that has brought you here, and where it inevitably leads all who walk it. I don't know what to do after I lost Melinda, how to mourn her or how to live. I felt that if I put it all on Dichycine, put my everything into the hunt, that at least I wouldn't have to think about myself, what comes next. And I wanted to hollow myself out, fill up that hole with hate, forget who I was, and the irony of ironies is just what the poor bastard tried to do to himself a century ago, too, isn't it? Hard men making hard choices. What rot. Focus on his past and love, or give forgiveness. I think we go with forgiveness. Think not of Dichycine. Think of instead of Brandon. Give him peace, and you'll give yourself some. Aye, maybe. Still, that thing's no more than a mindless eater. Nothing can say or do to make it right, so I'll finish the hunt. For Melinda, and for Brandon. And then, I'll move on. Move on, you say? I can't live off hate. Shouldn't have made it this far, frankly. The more I try to reach for it, the more I find sorrow, pity, really. Curse not fate, but mourn her victims. Remember the dead as they lived. Ah, something like that. Reckon Elio would agree, and Melinda, if she were here, probably slap me a dozen times and call me a bloody fool for acting the way I have. Or maybe you've been thinking about doing that in her stead, eh? Just a nod. Apologies for treating you with such disrespect, Soul. I'd like to claim I finally understand what you've been trying to tell me all this time, but I'm still getting my head around it. Recognize your faults is the first and most important step. I'll tell you what I know of the Claw of Orthus. The ring, together with the bracelets and choker, were 3 relics passed down through the royal family over generations, signifying the owner's right to rule. Princess Saludia was the last of her line, and after her death, they were stored in a sanctuary for safekeeping. However, a year ago, a band of thieves learned of its existence. The one who stole the fangs and eyes of Orthus. Yep, the relics were concealed within magical wards. I only presume that once they were spirited away, the Gaiacine was then able to sense their presence. Even in death, a slave to duty, you said. You think he pursued the thieves out of instinct? Instinctive loyalty to his princess? That I do. After all, he was content to leave them be so long as they remained hidden. Only 2 of the 3 were taken. Then the third is still, claim the claws of Orthus, and he will surely come for you, yes. Timageus is where you must go. Once you arrive at the place I marked on your map, cast the powder into the air. The glamour will fade, and you will see the chest with the ring, and the rest is up to you. Thank you, Soul. I promise we'll bring your friend peace. With me, sinner. And may you find peace as well, child. No crafters, yeah, I still need to level PODD. Under that note, can you buy a level skip for crafters gatherers? I would say don't. It's really easy to level them, and a bunch of people here can help you. I bet you they already are in the chat. Actually, we got some time while I walk there. Pretty sure no on the skips for, yeah, as far as I know, there's no skip for them. I keep forgetting that switch, cancel, accept buttons are reversed for everything else. For, oh, like, you mean like how confirm and cancel are switched on, like, controller, or? Raven. Are relatively easy to level up nowadays. I mean, like, the thing, so there's a bunch of options. So one of which is, you can just craft things straight, you can do leaves, you can do diadem, so Age Guardian Restoration. You can do the tribal quests, that all the way from level 1 to level 90 via Ixal for ARR, Moogles for Heaven's Word, the Namazu for, Stormblood, the Dwarves for Shadowbringers, and then the Loporrits now for Endwalker. Summit! Good to see, glad to have you. You can pretty much level to like at least 80 for a couple mil and 0 effort via leaves. Yeah, I just leveled Elio from 1 to 80 or 1 to 70 in about an hour today for 1,000,000 gil, and I could have done it much cheaper if I had bothered to try. Deathberry, good to see, glad to have you. I hope everyone has been having a great day. Mine's been going pretty good. I'm gonna be lurking while I finish up work. Sounds good. Hope work's going pretty well for you. Age Guardian Resto. If you enjoyed the stream and aren't a member of our Discord, why not come join us at https://discord.gg/Eorzean archives. I'm getting better at that. Yeah, and if you'd like to support us, you can always support us over on Patreon. Our join membership in order to get access to emotes. If anyone wants to use some of their favorite emotes now, feel free to do so. On top of that, you can also support us with super chats. If you join our Patreon, you also get your name in the banner above my head, as well as at the end of videos and special rewards like color names for the Discord. And yes, I do feel bad about shilling, but it is how I pay the rent. AC, good to see, glad to have you. All my crafter and gather are less than level 30 except for Fisher, which is 51. I will say, if you care to increase them, it's really, especially, the hardest part about leveling up crafters is going from 1 to 50, just because it's a little bit more annoying because the leaves aren't set up very well. But literally, from 50 to 90 is just, if you do leaves, it's just guy right here, guy right here. Get a leave, turn and leave. Get a leave, turn in and leave. Get a leave, turn in and leave. You can level up max at least one job from 1 to 90 in no time. No time. And that's not even if you do tribal groups as well, you'll get a bunch of rewards from that, as well as, the addition of the XP. Oh yeah, Guardian Restoration is a thing permanently, so it's always available. The diadem is permanently a thing, and that's also how you get the pterodactyl mount, which one day I'm gonna get. One day, once we finish doing all the content on these restreams, maybe I'll just do it like a 24-hour stream where I just go crazy and try to start working on that pterodactyl, because boy are the requirements for it bullshit. Wait, are the fates really done? I'm pretty sure I swear I saw a fate around. I did a fate recently. Well, probably like months and months ago. So maybe they are permanently gone. Oh, the festival fates you can still do. Okay, yeah. I do not AC. I do not remember the name of it. Oh, don't you start Bling. Did the entire quest is Gunbreaker? Should I have been a Dark Knight? No, it can be whatever you want. I mean, canonically, yeah, you should be a Dark Knight. But in terms of like what they've presented as the canon, but you can do whatever you want. I guess I would just never want to play as a job that's already represented also in the cast. So even if I played a different tank, I would still have played Paladin or Warrior because that Thancred's already in the cast, if that makes sense. What did Lady say? These were the first job quests, which were actually kind of difficult, yeah. I did the Exalt Tribe quests, not impossible. What crazy. When I played the game for the first time last summer, I was so disappointed to learn Moogles was crafting gathering when I had only leveled Monk Red Mage. Yeah, I will say though, but because of the story that they tell with them about restoring the Churning Mists, and like I feel that. By the same token, I think the story they get to tell because of it and the bond between Moogle, Dragon, and Man is so good for it. I don't know if you've done it, but it's very, very good. I still don't get how it's that quick for you. Maybe I got distracted easy. Yeah, I don't have an answer desk because like I just did it today. Denny, good to see you. Glad to have you. You toss the powder into the air, and as it slowly settles to the earth as twinkling motes of light, the coffer begins to take shape. Thanks, Bean. Nice, Issy. Exarch is kind of a paladin. But not really. If anything, he's a caster. But, like, he doesn't use a shield. He doesn't use a... I mean, certain later characters... Well, wait, we have already revealed. Yes, so Grahati is Exarch. Obviously, we know that at this point because it's in the final episode. But certain points later, you could argue that Graha is able to flex into, as a tank, what would be a paladin effectively. That would be fair. Yeah, the Moogle quest story is really great, yeah. Play Bard, no one in Scions is a Bard. It's true, we need someone to jam. What's my favorite tribal quest line? Oh, that's really hard. I think, frankly, on the whole, they kept improving up until Shadowbringers, because I think Endwalker's pretty comparable so far to Shadowbringers. Omicron does a lot for me as an individual. I mean, I could give you probably best per expansion, because it's like, I don't know, they're actually all pretty equal in A Realm Reborn. They're all pretty good. They're all like decent. Heaven's Word, it's definitely Moogle. Kojin, Namazu, or Ananta. Probably Namazu. Namazu's just hysterical. Dwarves, although I really like the Kakern one in Shadowbringers, but probably Dwarves, because Dwarves are just fucking hilarious. And then so far, probably Omnicron for Endwalker, but maybe it'll be Loperids. We'll see. This must be the claws of Orthus. All that's left is to decide when and where we want to confront the Eater. Or he'll decide for us. Or we could deal with it here and now. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Hey there, old man. I don't know you and you don't know me, but I know your story. I know this isn't you, and I know that if Lady Sol Ludia was here, she'd say the same thing. It'll all be over soon, I promise you. You know what? I will say I liked this quest a lot the first time I played it. I like it a lot more, even more now. Like, the dwarf one is so good because it's funny and melancholy in the right way, but this one, yeah. Come, let's put the poor bastard out of his misery. This one does exactly what it wants to be really well. What did he do that? Well, that's hardly fair. Hold on, Sinner. This is surprisingly complicated. Still with me? that was a cool attack. I know what those things do. Something doesn't smell right. Stand back! Tough old bastard, ain't he? But I'm no slouch myself. God, I really do think I wish these role quests were like used in like Heaven's Word or something in terms of as a teaching tool. Like, it's great that they're in Shadowbringers, but man, the level, they're not, they would be, there's some basics in them that would be really well deserved, like, earlier on. Oh, come on, not again! Looks like it's my turn. I'm counting on you, sinner. Wicked white. I felt that one. Thanks. And complete. Gumio, good to see you, glad to have you. Kathra, good to see you, glad to have you. Ripsor, good to see you, glad to have you. Not A3, yeah. Damn that eater. Let him go. He's not your bloody puppet. Hey, finally. You watching me, Melinda? Stole light.
Now and ever after, my lady Saludia, my sword is yours to command.
Brandon, he's still in there?
I'll not hesitate again, no matter the cost, no matter the sacrifice.
Wait, is he trapped in the memory still? Well, I don't quite understand. You're wrong, Brandon. That's not what she would want. Let go of your anger. Let go of her.
But that would make me lesser in your eyes, wouldn't it? To shoulder a burden that need not be mine. No, I will not forsake compassion and love. I will not dishonor your memory. No, my lady Saludia.
He's gone. And with that, the three treasures of the royal family are reunited. Now we just gotta find a place to stick them so that no scavenger ever stumbles upon them again. Least we can do for the princess and her knight, am I right? Maybe Soul will have some ideas. Let's head back to plan A. Yeah, Rip, I love these quests too. I really love the Prixies, but that shocks no one, yeah. When I saw the Breeze at the end of the universe, yeah, I know the title you mean. I have a particular real fondness for the Omnicron one because of what, I'm just an emotional person, and also just like a very much like an optimistic and hope-based person, so like everything that is about was really up my alley. By the travel name Omicron to be such an important name considering. Yeah, to be fair though, AC, that was named well in advance, but yes. I don't know, I found Crystal Maid pretty awesome. I wish we had that as a job. Yeah, but I mean, that as a job is like, the magics you're using are specifically tied to Alag, and like, he's basically just a magic caster with specific capabilities that are a byproduct of his specific attachment to the Crystal Tower, you know? And when that was done out of like necessity and limits him in a lot of capacities. Can't comment on the Shadowbringers and Endwalker Travels because Cafe has not reached level 50 only on any of these Gatherers Crafters yet. Super recommend it. Super recommend it. So many mages in the party. Yeah, sure we all gotta do is break down the barriers between worlds. Like Green and Lean are only physical DPS for trust supports that I know of. In Shadowbringers? Well, I mean, Thancred is a physical. Oh, but DPS. Yeah, but I mean, like, in terms of DPSs, we only have Stola, only have Stola, Alice, Lena, and Reen. So, like, there's only 4 to have, and of those, 2 of them aren't. You know, there's 3 roles, so at least you have 1 for each role. I've gotten to rank 8 on Pixies today and love how all the characters involved apparently want a piece of my character. Yeah. Yeah, and Fable was like, yeah. Not magic period, just range or melee. Yeah, I was about to say there's one very specific one. In yeah, there's 2 in Endwalker. Oh, yes, there are 2 in Endwalker. Yeah, doing good, Kathra. Hope you're doing well too. Hey, Umino, good afternoon. Are your hotbars not locked? I don't know. Are my hotbars not locked? What, because they like a movement ability around? Because I don't like having them locked. Yeah, so remember that's the specific lore point about the tribal quest that you find out as you go in. How is it grandson is from a farming village that makes brew but can't handle drinking himself? Because it's hysterical, and that is why. And also, as someone who was like spent a lot of their youth in Wisconsin, I don't drink. So, you know, I can relate to that. I thought it was the coolest armor in the game. That was almost a year ago. What, the Heavensward Dark Knight armor? Yeah. It's good armor for the time. I mean, if you're only thinking ARR to Heavensward, it's very, very good armor. You gonna do Sorrows of the World before Endwalker? Yeah. So not A3. We do. We always do the trial quest, the raid, the alliance raid, all of those before we go into the next expansion. So we're definitely gonna do that, and we're also gonna do Baja because the thing is that the Sorrows of Worla and the weapons is the like effectively the western front of the war against Garlemald. I mean, I guess it depends if you're talking about Garlean's west or our west. It's our eastern front, but if Ilsabard's the core, it's the western front is and Baja is the eastern front. So you know it's important. It's very, very important going into Endwalker. If I don't lock mine, I end up clicking and throwing icons at the mob. PS3 compatible armor, yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, if you look at it, its resolution's actually not terrible. It's not great. Is it done? Brendan has been laid to rest. You saw us when we arrived. Do you really have to ask? No, I suppose not. No, my dear friend, I pray you found peace. And what of you, grandson? Has the turmoil in your heart subsided at last? I suppose. So. Though, to be honest, felt like I made my peace with him before we even fought. Because you finally saw him for what he was, and accepted the truth into your heart. The battle was but an afterthought. Easy for you to say. You didn't have to cross blades with the bloke. By the way, I brought you some gifts. The 3 royal relics of Obert. Then Brandon was safeguarding both the bracelet and the choker. And now it's your turn to look after the whole lot. That's what Lady Saludia and her knights would have wanted, I reckon. Yes, of course. That their souls may sleep soundly forevermore. We shall enshrine these relics for all eternity. Now that I've settled, I suppose we should be on our way. There's a detour I'd have to take, but afterwards I'd like to speak with you back at the usual spot in Crystarium. Be well, Sewell. I think that one has a bright life ahead of him, if you can find the strength to overcome such terrible tragedy. But he did. As have you, on no few occasions, I'm sure. Not untrue. It has been a pleasure, Elio. Do visit me should you ever yearn to hear an old fool prattle on and on. I want my own new mod. I need to switch back to my correct earring. Okay, let's go back to the Crystarium. Star World is my favorite side quest in the game alongside Dark, so I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, we did all of Dark and talked a lot about it. Dark, I'm a big fan of Dark for a number of reasons, but surprising no one. I put it up there. Probably I would say it's the best written. I am quite a big fan of the Red Mage and the Scholar as well. But I will say I think Dark has the best I think Dark has the strongest through line of any of them, maybe only competed by Scholar. And then its capstone is fucking... I'm so excited to get to its capstone with you guys because it's so fire. It's so perfect. It so brings the quest line up until that point together so perfectly. Oh, that's that MSQ. I need to go back to the drinking place. Yeah, Star Wars: The World I really like. I really like for reasons we can't get into right now. I don't know if I rank it as like one of my absolute favorites. But that's not because it's not absolute quality. It's just about slight preferences and like the types of stories. But like, there's so much about it that I adore. And it's just really well done. And it's really an important story to do before Endwalker. Not that you like have to do it before Endwalker, but just like that, whether you realize it or not, it's very important for the story that's going to be told in there. Did you do Dark Cap on stream? No, we haven't done it yet. We only do that once we return. Because basically, if you think about the capstones, all of them kind of play out canonically, assuming you've finished Shadowbringers, if you think about the dialogue in it. It doesn't explicitly do that, but it kind of does that. Well met, sinner. Glad to see you made us back, safe and sound. Having returned to where it all began, I can't help but think back to when I first came here, thinking only a Decay scene and my revenge. I was so wrapped up in my personal affairs that I didn't realize I was pushing others away. Glennard was the only one who saw through the facade. He was a perceptive one, took one look at me, and when I got back and broke into a smile. But enough about him. I've yet to thank you properly, Elio, and I owe you so much for sticking with me to the end. So, what's next for you, Sinner? Good question. Can't say I feel at home here or in Riot, or anywhere else, so might spend some time on the road. I may not be skilled a fighter as you, but I reckon I'm better than most, and there's always someone in need of a reliable sword hand. Melinda would want me to use my talents for a noble purpose, and helping folks in need fits the bill. Hells, isn't that what Brandon and his comrades wound up doing in the end? So, let's not call it a goodbye. Let's just say, until the next time. Is Brandon gone so all, or will he go to the live stream? So he'll go to the live stream. Wheresoever you go, may you find shade, Sinner. No, because unless Aether's obliterated, it returns to the live stream. I mean, it may be so umbrally tuned that it's, like, may struggle, but I think emphatically... I mean, the thing, too, is, like... Do you mean his soul? Because his soul already returned to the live stream. When, Hydaelyn used it to hold off the flood. Right? Like, it's already... was caught up in that. It's his body that was possessed by the Sin Eater. And the light, by the Umbral light. Because it's important to remember that all their bodies still existed, and that will be relevant at a later point for other reasons. An hour early? No, yeah, we, daylight saving. I totally forgot that it was started this morning, or yesterday. Haven't done Dark Yark doing with my old adorable tiny white mage reigning aura. Yeah, Dark Knight's a wonderful, wonderful job quest, if not one of the best, if not the best. Yeah, Tracy, did I say good to see you, glad to have you? Because if not, good to see you, glad to have you. Red Mage is my main job. I find using a rapier and balancing the two matches incredibly fun and cool. I would agree. It's not one of my preferred jobs because I'm not a huge caster guy, but I would agree. Like just personal preference-wise, not like because I think Red Mage is quality, and you can't argue that the aesthetic's not quality too, for sure. Yeah, Red Mage's quest is really good because it's a good story with Zrune, and it's also a really good for lore. It's like you can have a couple metrics by which you can rate a job quest, and I think the Red story succeeds on multiple. Oh, AC, that would be pretty cool. I mean, to be fair, he's not a traditional Dark Knight, but still, all the same. Yeah, I mean, I would agree about Elzin's lady. Black Flame. Did you find the answer you sought? Is there nothing more you need? I will go and lock the door. I have some questions about the Tempest? The Tempest, that is the name given to the seas by which Caluthia is bound. If you make a request to the Tamers, they will provide you with an Amaurot to fly you over the waters. But it's not gonna stop me. Do you mean to leave right this moment? Alone? I am not sure that nay, I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessing of the Chateau, and I shall await your safe return. Weird, I keep having frame rate dips, so I'm not sure what's up with that. Are the Bard quests good? Yeah. Yeah. They have good lore and history. Are they good? I mean, your style, like, flavor-wise, your mileage may vary depending on what you like. But I would say they're they're fine. They're good. They're not, I mean, like, the weakest any of the quests probably get is arguably Paladin. And that's partially because 70 and 90, like, your 70 and 80 are really about Gladiator. Though, to be fair, 80 is about what Paladin's about, and that is finding something to protect, right? And protecting something. But, like, Paladin's through line isn't very good. Its lore is pretty good. Its stories are fine. And look, I'm a Paladin main, man. Like, I love Paladin. But, like, it's probably one of the weaker job quests. And I would say Bard is, like, at least there or better. Just depends on what you want. AR Bard is basically, why did I survive the quest line? Yeah. And some history. What do you think is best, specifically lore-wise? That's hard. That's hard because it depends on what place you want to talk about. Dark Knight in some ways is actually pretty not great lore-wise. I would say, like, Scholar goes deep into Nim, which is great, and all Void Scent. Red Mage goes deep into Void Scent, Alamigo, you know, like, their history. Paladin, Dark Knight aren't, I mean, Paladin's got some Ul'dah stuff, but doesn't have enough. Warrior has, you know, everything you want to, it's like has half of what we know about the Far Reach, but it's still like, you know, it's good, but it's not. Gunbreaker's great for Baja, but again, still not. Dragoon is not really lore-y. It's like, of the tanks, it's probably Warrior. Of the melee DPS, it probably goes to Monk or Reaper. Monk because you get a lot of the other stuff from Eric, you know, as well as all of the Alamigo stuff and all of the, like, history of the monks, Alamigo in general, Theodric. Healers, you probably Scholar. I mean, Ast as well, because you get to learn a lot about Hingan, you know, geomancy and astrology as well. Sage doesn't do a lot with, like, lore. I mean, it does some, but not a lot. White Mage is good for Padral lore. But, like, I mean, falls off pretty quick. Like, it's good, like, I would say, like, the 60, 70s of, like, are... I mean, again, like, the 70... The Stormblood one and the AR one are great for Padral lore, specifically. Bard has some history behind it. Machinist isn't really about lore. Dancer has some decent lore, but it's, like, some of it's also more implied than, like, lore about Thavner or anything. Black Mage actually isn't great on lore, surprisingly, for being so Mach-y oriented. In fact, Red Mage is actually better for Mach in some ways than Black Mage is. Summoner is good Allegan lore. Red Mage, great lore, as I said. Blue Mage is some of, like, the biggest lore information we have on the New World. So, you have to debate over what best would mean. And that some of them, it's really about what subjects do you want to know about, you know?
You require an Amaurot. Just a moment. I shall saddle us with this beast to fly you to the island. The open water, to the depths of the tempest. Our Amaurot can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor.
Yeah, the Warrior, I feel like, is very hit or miss depending on what you like.
Ah, we have found thee. Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah. By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Eorzean has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
Gotta love Reuniting. I forgive you. Now let's go.
I thank thee. Doubt not but that I will do all in my power to repay thy kindness and fulfill the Exarch's wishes.
I'm glad they will have options for people who feel a little bit more umbrage towards him.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea. Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Eorzean. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here, at least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alisaie, please. You know Rean was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in his way now. Not after failing him in his hour of need. No! The least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
Hell yeah. I will never not fucking love it when people come together.
We may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them?
No. Well, not in so many words.
Lena's voice actress is so good.
When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive, and I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went up to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Eat him! That's right!
Here, here!
I will never not love people coming together. This is
We
why I
do not
appreciate
fully
that they've done this
understand
for the
where
past
you or
expansion.
the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
You might have invited them to join us, where there are not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O Warrior of Darkness?
Leave the Exarch to us. Defend the Crystarium until we return. Oh, guys, thank you for the bling. Thank you for the 4 months of Archon. Des, thank you for the 8 months of Archon. Tam, thank you for the 6 months of Archon. V, thank you for the 8 months of Archon. Eorzean is great. Sage only has 70-80 class. Is it 78? I'm pretty sure it's 70-90, right? Department of Land in Hand. All of them are good, but they're not like specific lore in that same way. The lore is more broad and dependent on which place it's located. So for instance, like Minor tell you about Ul'dah, but all of them have good lore. All of them have at least some juicy trinket of lore somewhere in there. Every single one of them. If you haven't done all of them, you should do all of them. Especially knowledge sites are more willing to level up and take class and see their stories. Good, Raven. Yeah, you should definitely do the Warrior storyline. Big recommend. Just a good dude. I can't believe how mad I was at him in Heaven's Word with him. Yeah, I think it's really interesting to see the difference that people have in the amount that they're like feel betrayed by Eorzean. Whereas like it's very easy to forgive actions that are really well intended from someone who is trying to help and was trying to do the best they could to do with the bad situation. Say is angry. Yeah, Red Alfie is mad, very sad. Yeah, someone hugged them both. Jade, good to see you, glad to have you. Light, good to see you, glad to have you. Oh, 100% of the voice acting. Yeah. To me, I get the sounds and they're concerned, but I never felt it was about you as the Warrior of Light. That though your life was in danger, is more important to see the deed done. Yeah, but your friends love you, right? They're afraid for you, right? I think feel like to imagine someone you care about is you might succeed in your plan, but even if you do, they die, right? There's sorrow to be had. I would say last saw the Warrior of Light on the source on the battlefield was taken to the first, feeling like she abandoned us. Yeah, it's a really good point, Tam. Scene gave me chills. Yeah, Alisaie's voice actress is, I'm forgetting her name all of a sudden. But she is she goes hard. We got you, buddy. Yeah, we have brains. She's yeah, exactly. We're not dumb. We figured it out. Yeah. Punching more. Wait, what? Still can't get over Y'shtola shares a VA with Sarah from Dragon Age Inquisition. She also shares the same VA with Titania, Nafka, and a couple other characters in 14. Culinary lore is hilarious. There's also some, I think Goldsmith has some hilarious moments. Beth Ann Walker, thank you. Yes, guys, thank you.
Thou didst plan to commandeer an Amaurot for thy journey to the open sea. Fear the following dive down upon to Amitselt's underwater abode, would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we considered the most efficacious method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe we have arrived at an elegant solution. Yet ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business as remains to thee in Crystarium. Once the sea closeth above our heads, we are unlikely to surface again until our grand deed is done.
Yep. I'm ready to go.
To the storm-tossed seas. Thine affairs are in order, then I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus would I petition the aid of one of the Fae, a being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words of explanation, I bid thee follow me unto the hamlet of Sullen, which lieth to the south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee.
Oh, really, Danny? I've seen Torchwood. I didn't realize she was Annie. That's interesting. Thanks for letting me know that. That's a cool factoid. Also, Weaver had the best. Are you sure you want to pick up this class question? Yeah. Alisaie, when Alphino gets a broken bone, stubs his toe on a table, burns the carpenter's guild. Yeah. Laughs at Alphino's pain versus, like, immediately freaks out if the Warrior of Light is in danger. Smith also has a hilarious quest. I also enjoy Bondus. Basically, I mean, if it's not clear from everyone saying everything here, there isn't really any of the crafters or gatherers not worth doing. I don't know that there's one I would immediately go, yes, that's the one you have to do. Alka's pretty cool. Yeah. I need to refresh myself on all the crafter job quests. I haven't done them in a long time. I haven't done them since a long time. Oh, right. Alchemist is very heavy because Alchemist deals with death on a number of levels. Alchemist Alchemist also, well, it doesn't really solve, but it also, Alchemist deals with 1.0 lore at a certain point. I think in the Stormblood one, the ARR one, if it's the one I think it is very good. I'm trying to remember what's the Heaven's Word part. Rachel, good to see you, glad to have you. Currently focusing on Alchemist, Blacksmith, and Armorer, Carpenter with crit, and just, yeah. Good, nice. 7, good to see you, glad to have you. I love all Department of Hand and Land via supply and provisioning dailies to avoid gear management. Felt good buying one set of armor accessories. Yeah, Zevin, I mean, that's how I've always done leaves. So, like, for instance, I'll tend to get I'll get to Omni 90 for my crafters, like, by week 2 of an expansion, because you just do leaves and it takes, like, 5 seconds. We consider Alicey to be a tomboy type, if not a little bit. A little bit. I mean, tomboy in that she's rough and tumble rather than very girly, but I would still consider her elegant and still aspects of her relatively ladylike. I don't think she outright rejects her femininity, but I do think she's aggressive in ways that are commonly more associated with, like, masculine traits. Minor has some nice 1.0 lore. Right, yes, I forgot. Yeah, there's a lot of good 1.0 lore in Minor as well. Did Alchemist have the one quest that reveals the color of your soul? I think that's correct. It would make the most sense by far. Forget. Again, like I said, I remember a lot of the important lore, but actually a lot of the plot beats of parts of the some of the crafters quests. Because most of them I played would have been up to 4 years ago for a lot of them. There to the west, canst thou discern the hump of isle rising above the water? Did anyone else, when they first played this? Well, here. The foliage-covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close and plunge these beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon divine the reason for my existence. Though it may be much to my shame, I can but flail and flounder where thou mayest glide as a fish. I shall board a boat to the island, and spare one and all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. I don't know if any of you explored this, but like if you look at the map and you're paying attention, you'll realize that it kind of has been hinting the whole time at what we're about to see. Is Ken and FF? Ken who? I say is more extremely competitive and makes her seem that way. Yeah, I think she's aggressive, like literally aggressive, right? Like physically aggressive. And that kind of aggression is typically more associated with masculinity than femininity. Whether right or wrong, that's general consent. You can, like... Oh, Ken and F... Oh, yeah, like beyond the Ken, like Kith and Ken. Well, Kith and Kin, that's different. But like Ken, like beyond the like realm of your knowledge. Like, if someone says beyond my ken, it's like beyond the encompassment of what you know. If that makes sense. I say it's clearly a lesbian. She's been wearing a chick shirt and getting a big dog next to Yeah, well, soon she'll buy a Subaru. I honestly believe that the twins' parents had to dress them alike because Alicey refused to wear a dress. Who does this? I feel like there's no way Amelians would give a crap about that, right? Like Amelians, I would imagine would enjoy dressing them alike, but I don't think she would ever force Alicey to be effeminate if she didn't want to be. But like, if you actually look at this shape, it totally gives away what it is. Hiding in plain sight the whole time. Two curved slabs of rock seem squeezed together here, giving the impression of a giant stone eyelids. I would also like to remind you that she is 16. But also, I mean, like, I don't know, it's pretty canonic she, like, has a crush on the Warrior of Light. Which is partly funny because anytime they make a character have a crush on the Warrior of Light, they kind of intrinsically are implying that that the characters technically should be relatively bi. Though it appears solid enough, the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was it just your imagination? Ken Narita is one of the programmers of the original Final Fantasy and its 2 sequels. Yeah, but that's not what they mean by Kith and Kin, because that's just they're using Eorzean with he's using heightened orator, you know, language. I say wears a skirt in the high school manga. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, of course you don't, but that's. But still, it doesn't matter whether or not it's physical. If you're in a relationship with that like type of age disparity, it's still that's the problem, because like it's inherently different power dynamic. Well, what hast thou discerned? It reminds me of a certain primal, most perceptive. According to the lore of the Pixies, we are even now perched upon the back of an ancient Fey entity. Its name is Bismarck, aye, the selfsame title by which we know the great feathered whale revered by the Vanu of the souls. I would enlist its aid to bear us onto the deep, and thence banish the water with an airy spear, alike conform to the domes which do shelter the hamlets beneath the ruby sea. Within its encompass we may move unencumbered, defend ourselves when the hour of battle cometh, as it most surely shall. Now I must needs ask for silence while I make my supplication. Here we go, giant rock whale, speak us the language of the Deku tree. Tell me the song of your people.
Wir Sach, Bilan Bismail.
You kiss your mother with that mouth? Long has it been since my name was called. Why do you wake me, little neighbor?
Fallen Silor Wislan.
To the bottom of the Western Sea we go. Pray, lend us your back and your breath. The world is in twilight. I wait for the sun to set. I wish only to sleep.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fey to know that didn't go well.
Dang, good to see, glad to have you. Hey, we call Feul second time. There you go, Ray Ray. Feul, we need you. See, we do call for her.
Oh, my snee yak! You've learned to call me at last! And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can.
Well, they fucking use the main theme for the arrival of Feul. They know how much we're gonna love her. Sleepy Bismarck, you old pixie. These are my precious saplings. Let their wish be the king's command. I should probably have done that in,
What a rare thing to awaken to. My beautiful king, if it be thy wish, then so shall it be done.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. It's only good manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight. May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe, Inba.
Feels very good.
To the western sea we go. Wrapped in my breath, I will see you and your destination, little neighbor.
What did Des say? I would have lost it if he started making whale noises like Dory. Alright, I thought at one point that Bismarck being cured in all the well-known source was evidence about something, the ancient something, but I don't know if it's confirmed. No, so the existence of Bismarck as a historical figure is also known in the source, so it's possible that Bismarck was a sundered entity, which would explain his existence on the first and source. Or it could just be a legend that was remembered across both worlds. We don't know for sure.
And just like that, it's all gone back to the way it was.
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows? Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
The magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods. I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
That's called dramatic irony. And foreshadowing.
What the? Do you see that?
What a monster! Where did it even come from?
Summit, think about echoes, right? Think about the memories of Amaurot, right? In the final days.
It's not
That's what those are.
Run! Run!
And there's postulation that that's why, for instance, like Azima and like names like Azem keep popping up. Is that there's some recollection of that?
I have fulfilled my duty. I return now to the lake. I have not flown in an age. It was pleasant. May your journey be a safe one, little neighbor.
It is really great. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern visit the first. Truly, I just watched that movie for like the first time in years, like a couple nights ago. God, great map. I will always prefer
breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede, the tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being. You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
I will always prefer that they make sure that the final map fits the story perfectly, rather than being a really fun map, being like my favorite map ever for like years afterwards. I would much like The Tempest as a map is not like one of my favorite maps, but as for what it needs to be for the story, it's perfect, and I much prefer that. But yeah, so there are things that can be remembered across shards. Like, think about what the nature of what the echo is in and of itself. And they also mentioned this as we've gone throughout Shadowbringers, right? That people had faded recollections of what the world used to be like, and that's why they drew paintings on the cave walls, right? That people seemed like, some people have like dreams and memories and vague recollections of what happened in the past. The sea is amazing. Yeah. Words of me trying to believe would have been responsible for aquatic life, even flying ones behind. Maybe they were responsible. It would make sense, AC. It definitely would. That or there's another. There's someone else who helped with that as well. But yeah, I want to see a whale in person. Maybe not flying one. That'd be scary, right? It feels to me like echo stuff is tied to ancient worlds, so it doesn't feel the same. But fair enough. Maybe I missed the question. Can you remember across shards without having some base? No. But it's not that they remember cross shards. It's that the inspiration for Bismarck would have been on the world unsundered, right? And then when the shard, like, imagine there was a giant world on the world unsundered, and then when the shards were split, there were vague recollections of the idea of a giant beast of the water or whale, and it was called and the name Bismarck was recollected across reflections across time, and so different things ended up still acquiring that name. Right, that kind of repetition, because that happens with some other things. I'm forgetting the examples, but there are some other things like that. That there's reasons why some names appear cross on the first and the source. Yeah, okay, cool. Poor Alfino doesn't like to be wet, not stuck in the bottom of the sea. Yeah, Neath Dark Waters is such a good song. Or Full 1005. Oh, does it have a different name before we arrive? Maybe, but it's effectively Neath Dark Waters, right? Because Neath Dark Waters, yes, it's not Neath Dark Waters technically yet, but it will be. He heard himself to be talked about in narration. Yeah. Fond of that garlic body. He is sorry. That's why I love Shadowbringers. They just chose the coolest, most fantastic area to make zones. My favorite zone is between the Snow and Ike. Not New York. Not New York currently, AC. No. I think they're inspired by Art Deco of like the 30s through 50s. So like basically we'll talk about it, but just look up what Art Deco is, and the answer is they got really inspired by Art Deco. Full glad am I that Bismarck was true to his word. We are arrived in the Tempest, safe and dry. 'Tis here that we shall find the lair of Emitselke, and I believe the imprisoned Exarch as well. For an Ascian alone, it is of course a trifling matter to flee unto the rift, but I suspect such travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's very body serveth as a key to the Crystal Tower and its power of temporal transportation. Thus am I all but certain that the underwater realm harboreth our friend and enemy both. We have but to find them. In the event that you leave the area, we're not going to leave that area. We're here. We're here to the end now. Now, as far as where we should be looking, I rather doubt Emitselke will be sitting around out in the open. I propose we follow the slope down towards the deeper trenches and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. Let's be off then. But watch your footing. The ground is still wet, and I'd like to be slippery. You know that honey is slippery when wet? Is that Jade? I feel like it's Jade because they're on the Emerald Links, and that would be like Jade to make fun of me. Sorry, give me a second. Yeah, some frame drops. Thank you, Beam. I'll say a good comparison would be the background for the Max Fleischer Superman comics. Yeah, I mean, the Metropolis, yeah, absolutely. Again, it's like, it's Art Deco, right? It's Art Deco from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. That's weird. It says the frames are fine. Oh, they're periodic drops. Okay, let's see. I mean, part of it comes from literally, so part of the reason that they're using Art Deco also, I think, is if you think about like literal Metropolis, is rooted in a lot of the same stuff, right? Like Metropolis, like think about the film, right? Like I think part of it is this idea of utopia is rooted in a lot of that imagery as well. Not comics, the cartoons. Yep. I mean, the comics also, I know some versions of the Superman comics also use a similar thing. Oh, wow, Catherine, that's amazing. You've been witness to history. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Art Deco and a lot of that movement. It's funny, I love Art Deco and I love brutalist architecture, funny enough. Similar, AC, yeah.
These finless ones, they follow me. Why have you come? Was it as we took away of our water?
Ah, so this is where the Ando make their home. I had wondered. Pray forgive us any inconvenience we have caused. We were not aware of your people lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct a most urgent search, and thus beg you for your understanding.
Chieftain, what are we to do? Are you emissaries of the Ancient One? Mysteries have stirred. We have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave.
I am not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? It would seem not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. Welcome to Totally Not Saga. I mean, same way Mord aren't kobold. So what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering search would proceed far more swiftly if we could call upon the Ando's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Could it be Emet-Selch's stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return. We cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Ando refuse to speak with us... Elio, do you remember my first scheme for entering Yulmore? How I had planned to ingratiate myself by offering lucrative trading opportunities with the Ando. The individual I dealt with was reticent in manner and curious in custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that with the right approach, we can build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach did you have in mind? The chieftain fellow didn't leave us many options. If we are to tread the swiftest course, then we must needs locate its beginning. 'Tis plain our all-too-dramatic arrival hath thrown the settlement into confusion. Were we to solve such problems as we have caused, and assure our hosts thereby that our purpose here is not inimical to them, they may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores, but very well, if it can be done quickly. What do you think, then?
I've nothing better to offer, but I do worry what will happen if the Ando's tale ends up leading us to the dead end. I cannot say for certain, but I sense the tribe has a deeper connection to the Eorzeans than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation. Thus, I cast my vote in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. We'll make allies of the Andos. Then it is settled. Y'shtola, pray proceed with your investigations. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill. I know he did some cartoons. I don't know if he did comics. I just mean to know that there are some comics that share that same styling. But I do love that his work aesthetically. Some of the remasters they've been doing recently, Tam, have been really cool. In my work select, there was a Brutalism appreciation channel. Hey, I like Brutalism. I think it's undervalued. It's funny because I love like color and geometry, and I love things like Brutalism is the same scale and scope, and so like that's part of where it comes from. So apparently, it's been said about it in Boston. It's uncontroversial. Yeah, Brutalism is definitely a take it or leave it for a lot of people. That's understandable. I love connection of themes between Shadowbringers and 10, especially the whole thing about clinging to a glorious past, covering suffering to the current one. Well, you know what's interesting you say about glorious past, though, Daniel, but in 10, they don't cling to a glorious past. In 10, everything's about a rejection of Zanarkand, a rejection of Machina. It's a rejection of the past, saying that the past was evil, and that the only way to reach glory is to forsake the past, you know? It's interesting. Is it normal for cats to sleep with one eye open? Yeah, it can happen. Aren't we technically emissaries of the ancients? No, I wouldn't say so. Well, yeah, it might be one expansion too early for that. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Denny. Yeah. Is the concept of promised land common in RPG stories like FF? It's common. It's a recurring motif in FF. Is it common? Depends on how you want to define common. But it's not. It's the notion exists across a lot of different cultures and storytelling, and so that the notion is repeated a lot. Yeah. Speaking of Utopia, the capital city of the island of the novel on the south bank of the river Anider. Yeah. Exactly. Tam gets it. I always like that NPCs are also doing stuff for these busy requests. Yeah. I was thinking about how Dreams Zanarkand is keeping Sin alive. Well, okay. I'm gonna. I'm just gonna. Sorry. Oop. Give me a second. Chat disappeared. Okay, won't let me remove it. But yeah, Daniel, if you could try to avoid any direct 10 spoilers like that. Sounds like I need to pick F. Yeah, 10 is my favorite single player Final Fantasy game. No, full stop. And yes, Tam is correct, by the way, Daniel. Tam is correct about it is the other way around. Elio, you won't believe who I've just bumped into. Yeah, thank you, Daniel. I would have deleted it. Sorry, A3, I would have deleted it earlier. But also, I would point out, Daniel, or A3, it is a thing that is explained. It's not like an end game thing. It's a very early game thing, effectively. But yeah, it's the inverse. This is Pasha's Oan, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Yulmore.
I waited and he did not come. Then the mistal came, but his visits did not continue.
I am truly sorry, Pasha's Oan. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do for you by way of an apology?
Perhaps. Where the dry return, a cave to the north, is home to the giant crabs. We do not fear the crabs, for we are swifter swimmers. But now is there no water. We run and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snapping with their claws. There are too many of them. Too many.
Ah, I believe I can be of assistance there. What of you, Elio? If you're not found a task, you are most welcome to join me, indeed. I should appreciate the company, where the dry return has a rather ominous ring to it. Please be mindful that just because the game's old doesn't mean you can't spoil it. I like 10, but 9 was my all-time favorite. Yep. A lot of people like 9, partly because 9 is a return to like class, like very like not childish, but like very like fantasy, like storybook almost fantasy. Not that there isn't, you know, a lot of existential dread and all sorts of things like that. So I know a lot of people who like Ninieri's favorite's 9. Waiting until the trip to FanFest to start playing all the past Final Fantasy games so I have entertainment during the long drive. Should I get 10 then? Yeah, but Raven, just so you know, you're gonna complete like one of them maybe on that ride. Cause it's like 10 alone is easily a 30 or 40 hour game. I think 10 and 10-2 were great games, but 10-2 had more Charlie's Angel flavor to it. Yeah, it absolutely did. And 10-2 is basically 10-2 is really good fan fiction of Final Fantasy X. That is what 10-2 is. It is the literal, you know, and canonical sequel, but what in actuality, what it is just someone wrote a fan fiction sequel to Final Fantasy X. Never played 9. Yeah, 9 is much more in line with 1 through 6. But in 3D, whereas like 7, 8, and 10 are very different. 11's closer. 12's very different. I suppose, Raven, you could potentially get through like maybe like 1, 2, and 3 in that trip, because 1, 2, and 3 are very short. But that also depends on if you're not gonna like look up anything about them, because if so, then they can take for a very long time because it can be hard to figure out where you're supposed to go next. 5 also gets a little Charlie's Angel, which is the final party comp. A little, but have you played X2, Danny? Because like that gets actually Maho Shoujo, Charlie's Angels up in there. That's a great soundtrack though. My fave's FF6, yeah. I just don't like what X2 did to the ending of 10, but I won't go into further detail. I would point out that, technically speaking, X2 doesn't do anything to the ending of 10, because the ending of 10 is used after the credits for 10. And X2 just leads to that same point. What I do have a problem with is wills, and any of the other media around Final Fantasy X, because oh boy, did the light novels and short stories do they're bad. They're really bad. They're really, really, really bad. They're really bad. At least it's better than the book that the original scenario writer for FX apparently wrote after seeing the ending of X2. Yeah, that book's really bad. It's not good, and it's very, very retroactively. Everything they've made after 10 has kind of retroactively harms 10's story, but I think 10-2 is good enough and fun enough and has enough going for it that I don't bemoan it too much or begrudge it too much. But everything else they've done has like been really not good. Do super chat. Look, others are rich and still first because it makes Deadpool happy. Speaking of Deadpool, do you guys want to see Deadpool? The job system, yeah, 10-2's job system is great, and I do love its ATB system. It's janky, but it's fun. Yeah, I'm not a fan of extended universe things for most story. Hell, most of Star Wars EU sucks. I wouldn't say most of it sucks. I mean, it depends. Do you mean EU or do you mean like Legends or canon? Because I would say most Legends is at worst fine. I think there's very few stories of like current canon that suck. A lot of it's fine, but there's some really good stuff. And then Legends, there's a lot of things that suck, a lot of things that are good, a lot of things that are great, and a lot of things that are just weird. But that's because like old canon was just all over the place. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Final Fantasy 15 the unfinished? It's a story. It's not a story Square Enix would like to tell me. Okay, I'll go get the boy. Come here, bud. Come here. One, two, three. Oof-da. wave at the people. There you go. I played for 15 even though I own it because I hear the story sucks and unfinished. Unfinished, yes. Sucks, no. I think it's because it's unfinished and because there's so many holes in it, it's deeply hamstrung at many points. And also there's a bunch of transmedia stuff that you need to like watch, read, and play and stuff in order to understand what the fuck's going on. Not to understand what the fuck's going on, but for it to land in any meaningful way. Everything with the bros is really good. I would say 15's worth playing. Just be mindful that it's not as satisfying. It's maddening how unsatisfying it can be because of how incomplete it can feel. I wouldn't say the story itself is inherently garbage. I would say it's bad only because of feeling like whole swaths of like characterization or understanding of context are removed, which you can just say is garbage. But I think the thing is that what's there is so good, it's just maddening that what's missing hamstrings is so bad.
You can crack the shells. You must be stronger than you look.
I see you've reached your quota your quota first again. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Still, I would say we have reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number.
My thanks to you both. You must have a reward.
Nay, Porsche's on. This was to be a part of my apology to you, remember? Besides which, the lack of water is our doing, for which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I would very much like to learn more of you and your people.
Very well. Before the flood came, it was said that our ancestors' home was to be found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the flood. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam aimless and lost until they spied buildings here on the ocean floor. Strange buildings they were, as long as they had stood under the water, yet somehow they had been spared the scars of time and current. These structures provided shelters for my people, protection from the tempest turbulent waters, and predators which hunted them within them. Their very existence seems a miracle. The first settlers pondered this good fortune. It was clear that the race who had built such wonders had guided the course, and from this they did discern the truth. Thus is the ancients have chosen us to serve as caretakers of their eternal sanctuary, until such time as they return. Thus it is said that you are coming, that this great vanishing of water was by the ancients' design. You will find a warm welcome to.
A truly astonishing history, yet I cannot help but wonder, how will the significance of or otherwise of our arrival be decided?
The ancients have blessed us with protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter.
Then it would seem our earliest decision was the correct one. We thank you for your lessons, Pasha's own, and will continue to do all we can to assist your people. Should you desire our help with any other trouble, pray, do not hesitate to ask. We should return to the task at hand. Only do try not to overexert yourself, my friend. The risk far outweighs the gain.
Does Deppel know he has a fan club? Yes, he does. Deppel, do you know you have a fan club? I don't have any more treats for you, bud. Can you sit? Sit? You're two. Okay, you're very good. 15 has some solid moments. 15 has some really fire moments. Like, that's the problem. 15's problem is that it's hamstrung by the development nightmare around it. And the amount of holes there are in its plot, and not just like, oh, why did X person do Y? Like, yeah. But 15 absolutely has some amazing highs when it can get there. Yeah, exactly. I see. If you're enjoying the stream and aren't already a member of our Deadpool fan club, I mean Discord, why don't come join us? Our Arcade video I watched about 10.2 mentioned that 15 had a similar vibe. Now imagine if 15 actually had releases versus 13. I mean, it would have been a completely different thing. Say the finals for yeah, I guess there's like limit in a lot of ways. It's partly the most complete, but because yeah, well, we would have gotten a train wreck Danes if they couldn't deliver on a promised content. My faith, they could have finished story like Versus after so long in development. Hell is small. Yeah. Deadpool. Okay, there you go. I could not do the Ando voice without spitting everywhere. Who says I'm not? Sorry, Tim. Oh, yeah. Deadpool definitely comes when he hears me talking to you. Yeah, he definitely comes, and then, like, he'll hang out. I usually have the door closed, but if I open it, he'll definitely come if he hears me talking to you guys. I mean, it makes sense, though, right, AC? Because they're very sibilant. Think about how they would speak underwater.
Ah, Elio, have you learned aught of note? Fascinating. Precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come.
On average, how much Aether is required to summon Deadpool? About as much as a Primal. Is Deadpool a Primal? Only you guys can decide. You definitely act like you've been tempered. I'm not gonna lie, Dunny, anytime I speak, I do a voice roll and someone says that's how they're gonna hear it, I get a little bit of a squee inside because that is, you know, that's kind of the dream, right? When you do a vocal performance of some kind, that it becomes something that's in someone's head when they think of a character. Yeah, fair, Tim. Good, Raven. That's great.
Now there are two tasks I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the buildings which surround the Ando settlement and note their most distinctive characteristics. For the second, I wish you to use the knife to take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray, be as thorough as you can. I shall be waiting for you here for the results of your investigation.
I miss Monophilia.
Well, I'm sorry, Ray, but the problem is that character's no longer part of the narrative. There's only so much I can do. But to be frank, I miss her voice stylings as well, and wish I could justify their use elsewhere. The tall, slender tower features many elaborate windows, the likes of which you have seen nowhere else.
Oh, I missed the shoe bill, sorry. Nice, Des. Thank you, Bean. I just like to confirm that this confirms that Yshola is always walking around with a mithril knife on her. You set the point of the knife against the wall, but even after applying considerable pressure, you cannot remove so much as a flake of stone. Is this still in my inventory? No, damn it. Which FF game would be suitable to do a reverse isekai? Like, what if they temporarily came to a modern day world? I would like to point out that isekai is not just about modern day world, it's just about it's about the teleportation to another world from some form of modernity. Whichever game would be suitable? None. None of them are suitable. You could do that for, like, a side thing if you wanted. Like, you could, like, they could do a manga thing. But in terms of if you're gonna ask me, I hope they never do it with any of them. Because I fucking hate that shit. I love it. Like, isekai as a concept, I think is great if you build it from the ground up. I fucking hate taking characters from, like, I have no interest in stuff that takes characters from, like, an established universe and, like, then just puts them in modernity. Like, the manga that exists is fun in its own right, but, like, it's not them getting isekai'd. It's just, like, a what-if scenario. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts. Well played. So this is an isekai. Well, it depends. Depends on what the lore of, like, light and chaos of, like, buddy. Stop. Go away. I know you're doing the whiny thing. No. He does this thing every so often. It's pretty rare, but he'll do like start like doing a little dance and like want attention real bad. It makes me sad that such a visit of the ancients fell, but it's like that with all great civilizations. Eventually they all fall. I mean, the times change, right? The circle comes wending around. World of FFXIV is an isekai. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Amaurot having to get a job at a Starbucks is a fun idea, though. I'm gonna be honest, I'm a really big killjoy, because honestly, I don't care. I mean, like, if someone drew a comic for fun, sure. I don't want any energy for game dev or anything like that to be spent on that. I'd much rather just have, like, sincere, earnest stories, you know? Like, if people want to write those, go for it. I just don't ever want a dev to do it. I don't want any dev time ever to be spent on that. And what have you discovered? Or, like, official writers. Yes, I would agree that the windows are most distinctive. It would seem the structures appear the same to both your sight and mine. And you say you could not so much as scratch the wall, even with all your might behind the blade. Elio, everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials for which I do not have a name. The buildings I have had you investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructed of ordinary stone, but I assure you, it is nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties, blended to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronkan Empire, once the greatest power in Norvrand, produced nothing which compares to this level of perfection. But if not the Ronkans, then who? Who were these ancients the Ando claim as the architects of their sanctuary? I suspect our answer lies within the reason Amaurot withdrew here to the Tempest. He may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals would struggle to reach, but there are many such remote locations. Why here specifically? Amaurot is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold somehow serves the Eorzean agenda. Or mayhap it is a place more dear to him than any other. Are you saying this was built by the Eorzeans? That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of time before history, of a star that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first, they might have remained untouched for millennia. A copy of the mural in the Katana Ravel. Almet presented it to me during my visit to Fanau, after our victory in Calusia. Here, in the first scene, by Amaurot's own words, it depicts a city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. The designs is much simplified, of course, but do you see the similarities between its towers and those you have just inspected? We are close to the truth, I feel. Let us search the surrounds for another tower, one which matches the picture near enough to remove all doubt. From what I have seen, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and to the south held no such structures. I suggest we try our luck further to the northwest. Elsewhere, AUs are fine as long as they're as it's being like the characters, but if this was the world they're in. Yeah. So yeah, I mean then like as an alternate universe. And here, I want to be very clear too. My preference doesn't mean I don't think there's any value in doing like, you know, isekais and stuff. Like, I just personally, I don't like it used haphazardly and used just because wouldn't that be funny, you know, for like anything that's like an official piece of something. just think it cheapens for me for the most part. And that doesn't mean that should affect whether or not you enjoy it or want it. But for me, it does decrease my enjoyment. I'm gonna save us time. City of the Ancients. Quests. Steve still has some unhealthy addiction to dry squid. Yeah, that's what I meant. Okay, it does. Yeah, 7.0 is called Starbucks Workers. Yep, definitely. You got an A3. That's definitely 7.0. I wonder what it'll be called. Shattered Skies or... that'd be weird. I mean, think about it, right? You've got Heaven's Word, Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker. A Realm Reborn is the only one that's even 3, and that's only because the if you just call it Realm Reborn, it's still 2. So it'd be 2, probably 2 words. Void Home. Ah, that's stupid. It needs to have something punchy. I can't talk too much about it right now, but spoilers. I doubt we would go to 11 subtitles. I think 14 has its own convention, but hey, maybe.
Aye, this is the muir writ large. Though I cannot guess at its purpose, it must have been an imposing sight. How much of the tower's height lies hidden beneath the ground, I wonder. Centuries of our history have settled upon such ruins, countless layers of dust and settlement. An entire civilization, its existence forgotten by all except a handful of Ascians. And yet, it did exist. They lived here in this city. But let us focus on what we've learned thus far. The Ando chieftain spoke of mysteries stirring, of a land illuminated. Judging by his words, he believes the phenomenon related to the Ancients' return. Thus can we surmise that what the Ando saw shining in the abyss was, in all likelihood, yet another remnant of this age-old civilization. And who else would it light the lanterns, as Reen put it, than Emmett Selk himself? 'Tis almost certain he is here.
Archon Madness. Archon's Agony. My money is on insert prefix breaker. Maybe? Allag breaker. I doubt they would include Allag, but maybe. I see. You would assume that whatever there was, it probably wanted to be something evocative that's not related to something specific. So, like, for a good example is in Final Fantasy, in 2.0 is called what? Eorzean Reborn, I think in Japanese. I think in Eorzean Rebirth or something like that. But in a 14, in English, you don't want to like, you want something that's evocative on its own without having to explain the game to someone. So you wouldn't want Allag Breaker. You would want Ancient Breaker. You would want you want something that is evocative in its own right without being specific. Cries of Mericidia. I wouldn't think you would ever see Mericidia's name in it. I think you would see, I mean, you could even see something like Dragon or Void or, you know, but like, you know, Empire Clash or like, but it has to be general. Eorzea Awoken. Again, you don't want Eorzea Awoken's the name. Thank you, AC. Chronicle Breaker. Tragedy Ender. Yeah, but also, like, none of those have a good, like, End Walker, right? But, like, Tragedy Breaker, you know, like, Land Breaker, no. Legacies. Legacy something would make sense. Final Fantasy XIV Dragonflight, yeah.
But if we are to find this stronghold in a timely manner, it seems gaining the Ando's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. Thank you for assisting me with my investigations. I shall seek out our companion and share what we have learned. Much as I would like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest to us, your condition demands that we make all reasonable haste. If you are not too weary, it may be useful to speak with Pash again, and ask us if there's aught else he will divulge.
It's people awoken? Ah? I don't think... Let's look it up. That's the Realm Awoken. That's the 2.1 patch. I'm talking about the actual title. Yeah, because it's Final Fantasy Shinsei Eorzean. Got the way. So it's literally Reborn Eorzea. Yeah. But then it's always in Japanese. It's always slightly different than English. So like for instance, Heaven's Word is Blue Heavens of Ishgard. Guru no Ribita, Liberators of the Crimson Lotus is Stormblood. In Shadowbringers is Jet Black villains or like Obsidian villains. And then Gyogetsu no Finale, the Endwalker is Dawn Moon Finale. Which is also referenced in a certain song. Void Mender. I feel a little too literal, but maybe. Heaven's Word is Azure Skies of Ishgard. Yeah, Stormblood's Crimson. Yeah, you literally just said it, Denny. Yeah. Yeah, which if... No spoilers, but I would say go watch my lyrical lore on Close in the Distance, if you haven't before. Warranty Voider. Oh, Dez. Have a good one, Dez. Alec ended in these might be wrong, but words, but Conquest, Decadence, how were they in the beginning? Well, in the beginning, at some point they were shown as being a lot more, like, they might have been Imperial, but, like, it's not clear to the degree fully if they were, but they were much more, like, over time, they were seemed a little more, they were more benevolent, but as they were more decadent, as, like, they had more and more technology that took care of all their needs, they kind of became more cruel and sadistic. They kind of became like the, what are they called? The Dark Elves from, Warhammer. You know, the Dark Eldar. Tax evader. Legacy's End sounds like a content patch, not a whole expansion. Yeah, definitely agree, Scarlet. Sorrowbreaker? Defend Sorrows? Yeah, maybe. Though, like... I don't know if our goal is to end the Sorrows, though, as much as it is to Reclamation. Thank you, Bean. Kangaroo Fighter. The Drukari. If that's their name, then yes, Bling.
Ah, Alphina's friends. You and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused when the waters parted. Anything else you can do? Have you been through the walls of the Forgotten?
I think I just came by them.
The remnants to the north. Yes, you visited them unbidden. Could it be that your footsteps were guided by the ancients? I believe it may be so. Listen, then. I will tell you of our plans to bring the lads through the walls, as we must answer the silent calls of the illuminated land. We have requested a finless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He is odd for a land dweller, choosing as adults to live in the ocean, but this skill is beyond question. It is concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress, and we will visit its archons and return with our long-awaited sight. Then any doubts that there are a purpose which will lead to rest. His name is Grimhouse. You will find his workshop in a metal structure to the south.
Could it be something like again, you wouldn't want to be something specific, right? So you could be like, you wouldn't want to use Eorzean, you wouldn't want to use Hydaelyn, you wouldn't want to use Atheris, you would want to use Nation Bound. You would want to use you want something evocative, but that's non-specific because of like how American naming and marketing works typically. Because we all know what Atheris is. We all know what you know. But if you named Endwalker Charlene's Brave New Beginning or something, it's like people don't know what that is, and you need something that welcomes people, invites people to want to be interested in the game, you know? Cycle Breaker. I don't know why people are on about the Breaker. I gotta say, I'm not vibing with the Breaker, but then this is where we smash cut to 7.0 and it's called Breaker's Breaker. Breaker 1, 2, 3.
Nah, that's just great. That's me and me modern's playing tricks on me now. Look, Ronald, someone's come to visit you at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. Or might be as you're a ghost, eh? Go on and foul shade. Feast your eyes on me rotten soul. I've got no use for it. A craftsman's what can craft is more pointless than a sea slug with a dome and hammer. And that's some insult than a bloody sea slug. Come on, man! Let's do it! Eh? You'd be trying to raise me spirits now, would you? Spirit? Not what you'd expect from a servant of the netherworld.
Has it really come to this?
What's that supposed to mean? Not impressed with me, what you say, lad? Well, I've let myself go a bit. This was meant to be me underwater sanctuary. A place where I could concentrate on my work, far from the distractions of the outside world. And here you stand. Now what's so damned important that you dive all the way down to the bottom of the bleeding tempest just to bother me? Nah, the Ando's lamp. God curse me, empty head! I'm not so much as made a start! I'm worthless. I'm worth less than a sea slug. Nay, the slime left by the sea slug. Me delivery days long past. Me workbench untouched, and I called myself a bleeding artisan. You heard their beliefs, have you? Bringing light to them ruins is be an act of deep religious and cultural significance. It was me privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion. But I just can't bloody well. Ah! Me mind's bleeding blank. It's like I pissed away me last drop of inspiration. Tell me you've got something to show me. Something as I'll give me a muse right good kick up the arse. Ando want to honor the coming of these ancients, so their answering lights got to blaze with the right kind of brightness. Like the sparkle light caught in the crystal. But just being a sparkly is not enough. It's got to dance with joy and sorrow, a sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? Your thoughts turn to Brandon and the crystal you discovered at the end of his journey. Maybe Grinold could find inspiration in that. So if you don't know, you have to have finished a role quest by this point, otherwise you can't continue. Oh, I've let the Ando down. Aye, but more than ever I let myself down. Might as well go back to me ends and kettles. I would go with something more like Heart's Flame than Heart Spark. Again, evocative, right? Heart Spark, Heart's Flame, you know, Soul Flow,
Wayfinder, Wildheart. Wildheart's at this point pretty like a generic. Fate Forge. Fatebound. Fate. Getting there. Yeah. Realm Seeker. Maybe.
What's he got there? Such striking beauty, shines with the heartache of in laughter, and the transient of life, like the turmoil of history made manifest. Aye, I can see the brilliance of the crystal legacy. You'd never captured such a gleam, not if you labored 100 years. But bugger me if I don't mean to try. Where's me tools? Gods damn ye, I must set to work before the feeling fades.
If you got my, yeah, not wrong.
I can feel it. A vision forming in me mind. Step aside, lad, and let me itching hands get to work.
Definitely, Tam. You should all definitely do that, yeah. Something runner as a follow-up to Endwalker. Yeah, that's an interesting idea, Jake. Final Fantasy 14 diners, dive-ins, and dives.
Done.
Let's not give them any Nomura ideas, shall we? A New Dawn? I wouldn't add a new. I mean, you could say New Dawn, but I think the idea you're getting at with a New Dawn, like a Brave New World, that kind of idea, could be something in evocative, but I think you would want to avoid Dawn because you just saw Dawn Moon Finale was the last one, right? In Japanese.
I've taken the wonders what Crystal showed me and channeled them into a shape what benefits the Ando's spiritual character. Not a bad job if I do say so myself. And to think I was this close to hanging up me hammer after studying the craft of the ancients. I've been crossing the length and breadth of Norbrant and gobbled up every scrap of craft and wisdom what I could find. But no matter which technique I tried, my work was just no comparison. Couldn't even figure out how they put them damn buildings together. A mystery for the ages. That's what drew me here in the first place. I built me workshop, got the forges burning, and lost me build and will to craft. Thank the gods for the crystal of yours, or I might never have gotten it back. No one prying into your business, but I reckon your little miracle there been thought through that. The kind of journeys that they sing songs about. The echoes of the memory it holds. Just speak directly to your heart. Aye, I can still feel them coursing through me. The inspiration's not fading away. It's welling up. Stronger and stronger. Give me a chance and I reckon I can weave the crystal saga into another thing as well. But bugger me, I've almost forgotten the Ando's commission. If you could drag the lamp over to Tolshath for me, I'll stay here and dream up a new arraignment for you. Armament.
If I remember rightly, Tam, it's upwards. I like how Endwalker and Shadowbringers have done it. I don't know that they're perfect, but I definitely like how Endwalker and Shadowbringers have given you your gear. Okay, guys. We now have our final look. Our final look for Shadowbringers. Looking good, Elio. Looking good. The phase when you create a block is so bad you need a cracked light crystal of a Doom hero to get it back. But it worked! Smaller version of the lamp. Tis a cool lamp, that's for sure. Yeah, definitely Tracy. If we look outside, I'm pretty sure you can see, yeah. You can see it goes all the way up to the surface, see? That's how it's venting to the outside. Oh, see, I don't think the stage one looks exactly... Having worn both of those in Glam, it does not look exactly like it. It is very different. It's spiritually similar, but it is very, very different. The Didact coat versus the normal coat. there is quite a bit of difference between them. I mean, like, and I want there to be a through line, right? I want there to be a similarity between your starting gear, your job gear. Like, your job gear should be always recognizable as relatively within that oeuvre of you know, what the job is about. Yeah, also with the actual Shadowbringer weapon. Thanks, Raven. Wild's Wrath. You still on that, AC? Oh, okay, maybe I'm just annoyed I can't dye it. Well, you can. You know that you can dye the job gear, right? For Sage? There's also the PvP version, which is a differently colored version of the job gear. Oh, do you mean the job gear? Is there an 80 job gear for are you talking about the 80 job gear? I'm talking about the 90 job gear. If you're talking about the 81, is there an 81 for Sage? And if so, it would be Memoria Miseria, like someone's saying.
Ah, what is this you have there?
The profusion of brightly glowing coral looks like a branch system. Most definitely not a kettle. The 81, yeah. Oh, I don't know the 81. Sorry, I was talking about Didact. So... Sage job gear. Monk, Samurai, Reaper, Bard. I'm curious what. That was my bad. It is. The Therapeutis Club. Therapeutis. Coat. Therapy. Copy. Oh, because I said coat. It's not a coat. It's chasuble. I'm probably saying that wrong. I do not know what. Oh, that's very different than the regular though. Because that's here. Like here. We'll just pull it up so you guys can all see it. Because this is the 81, right? That acts coat, FFXIV is the 91, and that's so that one's very good. That's a very different one. And then the last one, starting gear. Sage. Oh wait, actually, isn't that just like is? I think I know. Yeah. I was thinking of a different. I'm thinking of a different coat, probably. Because I think you're right. This is very similar, if not the exact same, as the starting gear that you get as Sage. In which case, yeah. I'm thinking there's a version of the Didact coat, and then there's another version of the Didact coat that's very different. And that's where I'm coming from. Sarah, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, so that was just my bad for misunderstanding what you were referring to. So are we meant to assume that Grinald has the ability to breathe underwater too, or he just decided to live in a big crystalline airlock? He's living in a big crystalline airlock. That's why there's literally even an airlock chamber for the Ando to be able to get in. He was in the Tempest to get away from everyone. Oh, I'm sorry, Cathra, that sucks. It should exist, but you need to run an extreme for it. This was my introduction to hard content because I wanted glamour. Yeah, the Memoria Misera is super, super easy. And it's a lot of fun. If you need someone to teach you how to do it, go use looking for group in the Discord and we can teach you how. It doesn't even have it. Weird. Okay, for some reason thought you could die to level 80 gear. Never mind. I think they did the same thing with the Reaper job gear they did with the Sage job gear here too. With I would assume that usually if they're released at the same time. But yeah, okay, I'm gonna focus up now.
The sacred lamp is the finished one that kept its promise. My people tell me the many cities you have reformed in the name of seizing the cups. They come to me bearing the lights, yet almost surrenders hope of ever seeing. We can double your purity no longer. Your rivals wills the will of the ancients. Thus, the time for fear has passed. We shall shake the lamps and unveil such austere illumination upon the walls of the forgotten. Gathers with our companions, we shall speak again once our prayers have been offered.
Starscourge, yeah. That's exactly what my brain immediately went to, not A3.
O stewards of the Ando, we offer up our light in answer.
Because if it was easy, people wouldn't be paid money to do it, AC.
That crystal you showed the artisan.
The boy!
Was it... Did it belong to one of my friends?
If you complete a multiple role quest, you can hand him different ones. Missed that part. I always thought you were watching.
I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day.
It's true.
So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal? It was Brandon's then. Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you, about the hope that hides at the heart of this world. I've never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by some miracle I could see them all again, I doubt I would ever stop talking. I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you to the very end.
Lady, have you done all the role quests?
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
It seems we succeeded in gaining their trust.
The delay wasn't exactly welcome, but at least our many hands made light work. And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution. Our hero indeed.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Ascians.
An Ascian homeland. Despite his many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city. A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it takes.
It's a hollow dream when you think about it. Even if they manage to rejoin all the worlds, they'll never bring back the ones who were lost. But would I have done any different?
How are you feeling?
You have completed your devotions?
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks. Might we trouble thee then to tell us more of the illuminated land of which thou didst lately speak? To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes. Impossibly so. We understood at once the ancients had risen. There could be no doubt. Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Shall we?
To answer your question, though, lady, you will get an answer to your question if you finish all the role quests. Because as always, if you finish all the role quests, you unlock a secret role quest. It's not secret. It tells you, like, there's a final role quest if you do every role quest, both for Shadowbringers and Endwalkers. They have their own. Big recommend on doing that. Because Ray, their souls are used as the energy to stop the flood. Their bodies, though, were still existed on the first, and their bodies are possessed by the light. By the light suffuses their bodies and then uses them as like sort of pseudo puppet. Yeah, Tracy, you'll get it. Curious how the Endwalker role quests shape out. They shape out. They're all phenomenal. I think they vary a little bit in terms of how good. Some are slightly weaker than others, but they're all really, really good and really, really great characterizations tools. I'd also recommend reading the short stories for Endwalker, or also some of them. Well, we don't have all those short stories out, but like Tales from the Twilight, I believe, what they're called. But they all 5 of those are set up for the Endwalker role quests and deepen them a little bit. Range DPS is good, in my opinion. For Endwalker, I think all of them are really good. I think your relationship to some of the city-states changes how much you like all of them. Like, I didn't find Caster I didn't love Caster that much, but that's also because for a ton of for various reasons, but it's good. It's very good. I really like range DPS, range physical. Melee's really, really good. Melee DPS is really, really good. Tanking has some good lore and is like a welcome deepening of the culture it's associated with. And then healer is also very, very good. Yeah, Keelhaul, good to see, glad to have you. The Shadowbringer role quests were all pretty decent. I would rank them much better than decent. I think they're all very good. I think the range DPS, I think the DPS one is weaker than the caster, healer, and tank, but I think they're all very good. And then Endwalkers was slightly more mixed. Wary. I guess I would rate them much more highly than that.
The chieftain has bid me guide your steps in the illuminated land. Come this way, lies downward. Follow the paths of coral and rocks and join your comrade below.
When they originally created where we're going. They wanted it to be much lower down, like in a deep giant crevasse, so you couldn't even see what was down there. But then they realized that the level, like editor and maker that they used, literally they were reaching the bottoming out of the Z coordinate, and they couldn't go any deeper. And careful, I haven't read, but careful of spoilers. And Walker Red. Yeah, all of them are pretty good. And if you care to increase, like, deepen your appreciation for certain characters or worlds and or like nations and stuff, they do really well. You're still on it, AC. Yeah, if you haven't done Shadowbringer's Healer, you are missing out. Shadowbringer's Healer is phenomenal. It's both really funny and really emotional.
All those others, yes, they shall describe the path you must take. Enter the caverns beyond, and follow the walls down, and down, and down. Once at the bottom, find a passage to the northwest. Oh, fuck you. The way is not simple. Keep your friends within shouting distance, and do not stray into the deep. Just before the doors end, you will find the Calpine Gap, and the barriers will be placed at its mouth. The obstacle will fade should you raise your hand towards it. We have made it so.
A most succulent explanation. We thank you for your guidance. Succinct. I'm sure you said succinct and not succulent. Right, deep into the depths we go. During the time and trying to speedrun all of them. Yeah, I gotta say, like, you know, having redone the tank one just now, I liked it then, and I really love it now. So I would go to bat for it. Honestly, in some ways, I would like do the Shadowbringer's Healer one, and if you don't like that, you're probably just not gonna like any role quest, frankly. A little bit, yeah. White Mage or Sage, probably. I didn't like the Shadowbringer ones, but I was a little annoyed. I had to stop the MSQ to do one. I don't really quick Norman, but I had to complain. Yeah, I guess I would also say the thing about the Shadowbringers one is they tried to like really tell you without trying to like spoiler you. Hey, you should do these. Like they try to like really hard to like push you towards doing them. And the thing is, you can do them all before you get to this point, like we did today, right? I think Endwalker's system ends up working better, where they make it so that the role quest unlocks the dyeable gear. So it's not mandatory for the quest, for doing for the MSQ. Though that said, I really would recommend doing, frankly, all of them before completing Endwalker, but it's understandable to do that. Doing them after works just as well. I'd wager these bursts of water could carry you clear to the top again. Not that I'm eager to try it. Mage is pretty simple and Holy super good mitigation. Oh, did someone ask about healers? I need to try healing now that I'm brave tanking. Which healer is a good starting one to dip my feet in? I don't get overwhelmed right away. White Mage. White Mage. Definitely White Mage. 100%. No equivocation, I will say White Mage. I think Sage, I think Laura's right that there's some reasons you could argue Sage. I think from my experience having talked to players, as much as Sage seems easy to people who kind of know already what they're doing, it can feel overwhelming. Whereas White Mage is just so straightforward. It works out all the same. I reckon most would not have all 5 rolls level 90 when they unlock these. I didn't. Probably most don't. Yeah. And I guess it's not so much about it working out, it's that there are narrative reasons why it makes sense to try and approach the role quest before finishing Endwalker. However, they do a really good job about making it work really well, even if you don't. And they have even dialogue changes. Our guide bade us travel to the cavern floor thence to the west. Yet it would seem that these twisting tunnels defy such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we scout with care and relay the path ahead to those who come behind. One might argue that is kind of part of the theme of the game as a whole. I love that they make you go through these winding paths that you don't really have a good sense for how far down you're going. Yes, good to see you. Glad to have you. Good, Raven. Good, good. Yeah, the thing though is that Des, you can get through with those pretty easily, and the thing is that Sage actually has a lot of stuff that's giving like the Fleckmechalexian blah 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 blah, rather than just heal 1, heal 2, heal 2 AoE. The other thing is that barrier healers require you to be a more like proactive, because you have to prevent damage, not just heal damage. Ah, Elio. You have a choice of 2 routes from here. You can either take the long way to the south along the rocks, or skip along the coral branch as Alice has done. I, for one, shall be following my sister's example. The problem I have with any healer class in my eyesight isn't good enough to keep up. Like with DPS, if you miss a spell, it's not so bad, but I miss a group heal, it's a wipe. Yeah, that's understandable. I had never realized that when you walk on the coral, it makes that sound effects. Yeah, the environments are really lovely. There you are. Come on. I think I found the tunnel we're looking for. Yeah, you agree, V. Yeah, White Mage is solid, straightforward, and also fun post 60-ish. Yeah. Like, again, I think that I totally agree, Dest, with the thing you're saying, personally, but my experience has shown me on repeat that that is not the case for new people who are afraid to get into healing. And Walker Tank is laughably bad? No. I'm just gonna say no. It's really actually quite good, and it's talking about someone's struggle with like their weight of mantle responsibility. I just can't. You can tell me you didn't like it. I will. If you're gonna tell me it's laughably bad, I'm gonna say I think you're wrong. If you want to tell me it's weaker, yeah, I'll even defend that. But it's not laughably bad. Here. This is the spot, I think. The barrier the Ando spoke of. Well, that was rather more arduous than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth road our ancestors cut through the wild wilderness. 'Twas a treacherous path indeed. Now I believe one of us needs but raise a hand to banish the next obstacle. Elio, I elect you to do the honors. Gone, just like that. I suppose we should head in. Like as not, this tunnel will just be as prayerless as the road we walked to get here. Let's all stay aware of our surroundings, shall we? I mean, Summit, again, I hate playing it at that point. Like, I totally get not enjoying White Mage. But, like, if the question is someone who's new to healing is worried about it, like, that's, like, totally different than which one's fun. I think you know, white mage before 60 is, I mean, not a lot of healers before 60 are, you know. I feel like telling people to heal one of the first 3 dungeons as a white mage is a good idea, if only as to check to make sure they get the basics. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I totally agree there. I only have Sage at 90, my white mage is sitting at 60, so I don't have all my tools yet. The tools I do have, I just don't find enjoyable again. Yeah, that's good. I would say white mage doesn't get particularly fun until after 60, so I think that's fair. I mean, really when you start to get lilies is when white mage starts to get fun, I guess, is what I would say. And yeah, I would agree about the tank. The full of holy large pull flow is fun, but then yeah, totally agree. Okay, totally agree. Do tell, dummy. I do not know. Here's the moment.
Gods.
And then the sound of the watch. Time and fate tick by.
When the Ando spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
Then we are seeing the same view. The remnants in the Ando settlement were solid material structures. But these... Everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
By the way, if you don't know, the city in the story Utopia is called Amaurot. That's why it's referencing it. And then, you know, Utopia Metropolis has been the imagery of Utopia has kind of become associated with Art Deco and that kind of idea. So that's why this ends up looking this way. It's hearkening onto something specific. Yeah, and that's why BioShock uses that well, because of the idea of Utopia and what Rapture is supposed to be. So they're hearkening to the same root inspiration. No, good to see, glad to have you. And then there was Amaurot. Willow, good to see, glad to have you.
Elio, did you note the style of the architecture? It is the same used for the remnants at the cups and the murals painting towers. Look closely. Emet-Selch has not simply reclaimed these ruins, he has layered the semblance of an entire city upon them. Gods, the magnitude of this artifice is staggering. Though it pains me to admit, we do not fully understand the feats which an old-world Ascian is capable. It's intimidating, yes, but we have to start somewhere. Why don't we have a closer look at the tower to the southeast? We might be able to reach it from the edge of the trench.
Utopia? Here, just go look up Utopia book or story. Utopia as an idea is the idea of the perfect city, right? That's what Utopia is definitionally. Yeah, the novel by Thomas More, yeah, it was a theoretical perfect society, yeah. Yeah, you guys got it. I'll let you explain it. Thanks, V, for explaining Neath Dark Waters. Yep. And it's... Neath Dark Waters is so good. I would also say, if you haven't... Pay attention to this music. Because this music comes up in a couple places throughout the story from now on as a motif and a theme. And I would recommend paying attention to when it does. Yeah, Black Flame, totally. That was just a word, not a fictional place. Yeah, well, the word comes. Actually, I don't know. Does the word predate the does the usage of the word as it does predate the novel, or I'm pretty sure the novel popular is the notion, right? But yeah, so a bunch of like the naming schema that they use for this ends up coming from the novel, as well as the reason that the architecture is what's used, I'm pretty sure is due to the popularity of the film Metropolis and the way in which it gets represented as like utopia, and like the idea of like the architectural stylings of like the like late teens, of like the early 20th century, basically. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought so, Tam. I was pretty sure, but I didn't want to say that because I wasn't certain. Sort of like Shangri-La. It's, yes, but no, partly because there's this idea of it's man-made. Like, a very specifically part of the idea of utopia is also that it is constructed by man, right? It is not a natural place of it's not a byproduct of magic. It's not a, it is a, you know, place built. Yeah, definitely not him. Look at the size of those doors. And they're like huge tracts of land. No, now I know how pixies must feel. Elio Forgeron, recognized. Welcome to the city of Amaurot. What? Did that building just welcome you? Mayhap it is not so passing strange. Did Emetzelk not invite Elio to visit his abode? 'Tis plain thy coming was expected. And where will this lift be taking us, I wonder? The lift services every level of Arcoria Heights, but is presently configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Well, there you have it. In the absence of some few hundred yalms of rope, we have little choice but to accept the offer. With emphasis on the we, I'm not about to let you walk into that place alone. I wish to ride the lift. As you wish, the lift will arrive shortly. Next stop, ground floor. Facilities including the Bureau of Administrator, the Bureau of the Architect, and the Capital. If you guys you may want to start picking, like, if you want to, Ray or one of the mods, if you guys could try to group up and figure out who wants to do the dungeon and who wants to do the trial, and start getting those groups together, I'd appreciate it ahead of time. It's only this distance that you start to realize just how big the buildings truly are. What did the voice call the city? Amaurot? Look over there! Is that a person? No, my mistake. That's a giant. It doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. Giant or no, a resident of this place may have much and more to tell us. I say we make the first move. Speaking of. Pray, excuse my boldness, but might I ask you a few questions? Oh, what adorable costumes! Are you children of an excursion? This district has much to teach you. How odd! That sounded like no language I've ever heard, and yet I understood every word. Just as he understood us. And which district is that, exactly? You must be lost, poor things. You stand in the Poliarete district, wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our star. Can you tell us where to find Emet-Selch? Ah, I see. You've come to marvel at the workings of the Convocation of 14. Hardly surprising, I suppose. The whole world holds its breath as the final days draws near, and our brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus, you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry home now, before your families begin to worry. Do you need me to walk you back? No, thank you. We will be fine. Very well. Take care, little ones. Yep, you're not wrong, Catherine. Thanks, lady. What was that all about? To my eyes, the people appear as arcane entities. I suspect Emet-Selch wove them from Aether, much as he reconstituted the rest of the city. The final days. Such words will befit the oblivion described to us by our Ascian foe. The catastrophe of unprecedented scale which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiark, and thence Hydaelyn herself. But then, what happened centuries and centuries ago? Did that happen centuries and centuries ago, didn't it? That man spoke to us as if they were rushing to avert a disaster here and now. Unless, for these people, the distant past is the here and now. I believe thou hast the right of it, Master Alphino. This ethereal Amaurot and its residents appear to be phantoms of a different age. Emet-Selch hath resurrected a memory, a moment in time from before the star was sundered. So we find ourselves in a long-destroyed city, inhabited by long-departed an unusual situation to be sure, but at least we're able to parley with these ancients. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat. I say we use this to our advantage. Split up, strike up some conversations, and see if we can't learn the location of our quarry. And while we're at it, it wouldn't hurt to wheedle out a few more details regarding this Convocation of 14 and their impending disaster. To mingling then. Let's meet back here when our jaws start aching. I gotta figure out how I'm supposed to. There we go. That's how I do it. I really love this part too, Keelhaul. I totally feel you on that. I really, really loved just this moment of quiet and also melancholy and also like just wonderful stuff. Like world finding out more. I don't know why I instantly connected with them, especially as yeah, I totally feel you. Twilight Denizens, sort of. Yeah, definitely. I definitely see that. Thank you, Bean. Where did you get the ancient mask? Etsy. There's quite a few people on Etsy. I was gonna make my own, but I can't spoil why. But I got this as part of something else. Yeah, Twinning has great music too. Wolves of the other silence. What? You're not used to people fading into nothing after they're done talking to you? Yeah, and also understanding everything and anything someone says. Yeah, Keelhaul, exactly. I'm not surprised. I got a trial group with me so I can invite you when ready. Okay, cool. Rosable Raven joined for the dungeon and Ray Ray. Okay, cool. Thank you. I really appreciate you solving that ahead of time. Good gracious, child. Where is your family? You should not be alone at a time like this. Run along home. Quickly now. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the lands across the sea, a terrible phenomenon has afflicted our star. They are calling it the final days. 'Tis said it starts suddenly, a cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. The sound distorts all living things within earshot, and wrests from us control of our creation magics. One of the things that's really interesting that you can consider a retcon, you consider a misapprehension upon the parts of the ancients, but a keening from beneath the earth.
Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dreaded impulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance, an eternal fall of fiery rain, and an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. It is as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force of inimical to life now festers and spreads. It is only a matter of time until Amaurot too resounds to that discordant squall. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them.
Yeah, totally Nano, yeah. Yukio, good to see you, glad to have you. Is it difficult seeing the mask? No. So this is a thing that I've used in cosplay a whole bunch, but it has a mesh. You can use this mesh, and honestly, I may actually even double up this mesh. It's very cheap. You can use a lot of sheer fabrics to do this as well, and what happens is that people won't be able to see your eyes, but if it's close to your face, you can see out of it really easily. Like, you ever had a pantyhose to your face, or like something like that? How you can see out of it really easily, right? Even though people can't see under it. Yeah, exactly, Tam, yeah. I'll serve as see that as recreated memories for comfort, but it's also self-flagellation. He's surrounded by what he failed to save. Yep, 100%. It's such a great, like, narrative device. It's so useful from a perspective of characterization and itself. This wonderful moment about telling us about info dumping on us, right? Because there's so much we have to learn in quick measure.
'Twould seem the hall is host to a most precious precocious visitor this day, and what, pray tell, shall be the subject of our discussion, young one? Could you tell me about the final days? Or the convocation? Ah, the convocation and their handling of the coming peril. 'Tis only natural that you should have questions. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As all know, the 14 are the wisest and most prescient among us. They are the stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keep the star turning season after season. Be it the speaker, La Habrea, or the emissary, Elidibus, each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. Logrif, Mitron, and Mitselk, their individual titles have a gesture of respect and a matter of tradition, become synonymous with their incumbents. Thus it is with great incredulity that I greet this recent rumor that a seat in the convocation is soon to be left vacant. If proven true, it would seem... I didn't realize that they established that here. It would be an unprecedented development and a testament to the immense pressure under which our saviors are toiling. In any event, I for one am confident that they shall deliver our star unto salvation.
I wonder if... Ooh, there's 2 people that could be referring to. There's 3 people that could be referring to. Oh, I wonder if that's referring to... Ooh, there's 3 separate characters that could refer to. Dakey, good to see you, glad to have you. Seeing you have a morph suit. Yep. It really makes you like the ancient people with the simple fact. All of them are willing to answer the questions of children that are concerned for them. Yeah. I mean, the world unsundered, like, clearly they had a care for this world, right? If you could perhaps explain the finer points of the creation process. Asking about creation magics. Clearly, there was a reason that the Ascians love this world and miss it dearly, right? And this does such a good job of showing it. With telling it, you know, at the same time. Thank you, Bean. Thank you, Ray Ray. Thank you, V. Good, Ray. To full DMV treatment, yeah. I can only think of 2. I can't say who. Caduceus? White Boy? Traveler. Does that answer who the 3 are? Ah, there.
An audience with Emitselk. I'm afraid you have the wrong office, little one. And besides, you will be far too busy to field the questions of curious children. Surely you have been told of the looming catastrophe. Every resource available to the convocation must be spent upon assuring our world survives. They have yet to make an official announcement, but it is said the 14 are moving forward with a plan scarce credible proportions, one which promises to grant will to the very star itself. They will invoke our mightiest spells of creation to birth an entity of all-encompassing magnificence, and then they will rewrite the laws of existence. It is a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spreads this far. Thus I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. This is your first time here. Take a number if you haven't already, and settle in for a good long wait.
Look, lady, look up who the Caduceus is associated with in Greek mythology.
This is the Bureau of the Architect, little one. If you require assistance, I should be glad to assist you. But are you certain this is where you should be?
Yeah, I don't know what the A38J is either, Tam. About to look up the registration papers on the FF console game wiki. The trivia section explains the A33. Oh, okay. It's the last of the three. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the last of the three is the most likely candidate. But what's interesting is that there wasn't that much time. Well, we don't know exactly how much, but between Caduceus and then, and we also know that that white boy was going to disappear eventually. Also, I feel like those are good hints without giving it away, right? Like if you know, you immediately know. I feel like they don't know where it's coming from, and it feels like it's from all over. Then it's certainly Lavos-esque. Yeah, I definitely think and you know, it's a repeated thing in this game that like there are people who try to give answers without understanding the totality of a thing. For instance, time travel in this game. There are people who are like, I think it works like this, but it's like not even retconned. It's like literally not that long later, like a couple quests later, like still in the same expansion, that it's clarified a different way. So there are multiple cases of people being like, it felt like as if it came from the Earth, but did it? You know, we don't know the exact how much time Caduceus was around. Yes, you're right, Nano. You're right. We don't know the amount of time in between this event when Amaurot would have been snapped and when Caduceus would have. Yeah, you're definitely right. And the timeline for that is such that you would assume, unless some of these guys are out of phase and sync, it probably can't be Caduceus. I think the Keenan came from the Earth after the planet was targeted. Wow. I love the fact that spreaders of chaos came from the society steeped in bureaucracies.
Elio, if I was not certain before, then I am now. The people of the city believe they face at the end of the world. I cannot imagine what purpose compelled them itself to recreate this ancient Amaurot. And yet I fancy I hear his words to us echoing throughout this ocean trench. He would have his story known. We can compare notes once the others return. Hopefully, then our next move will become clear. Fame, yeah. Explaining what I learned about the convocation and the final days. It would seem our conversations were much alike. A looming disaster, creation magics running rampant, and this convocation's effort to bring salvation out of chaos. I suppose there was talk of little else in the time when the events came to pass. Now, Eorzean, if I may, what are your thoughts on the ancient art of creation? A fascinating discipline indeed. All the mind can conceive may be rendered in reality. All that is required is a clear concept upon which to focus one's will. 'Tis not dissimilar to the primal rites taught by the Asians, wherein ritual ceremony breatheth life into figments of myth and legend. I see we have arrived at the same conclusion. The people who lived in the age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid the cost with not more than a fraction of the aether which coursed through their own bodies. If we were to attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies, and then seek to draw the balance from elsewhere, from a hoard of crystals mayhap, or from the very land itself.
Thus, when the art of creation was placed into our hands, it became, in effect, a means for destruction. An interesting matter which no doubt bears further study, but despite all these revelations, I worry we are no closer to finding Emetzelk. Has anyone learned aught which might lead us to his location? Not directly, but mayhap from what we've heard, it seems the Convocation of 14 is sequestered in the nearby Capitol building. When we went to see for ourselves, the attendant wouldn't let us through without a writ of permission. So we tried our luck at the Bureau of the Administrator, where we thought these permissions might be issued, but the clerk there said he couldn't help us since our names didn't appear in the registry. And that was where we gave up. I wonder though, Elio, could you be eligible for one of these writs? The voice in the lift seemed to know who you were. It might be that your name is registered at the Bureau as well. Worth a look, I'd say. Meanwhile, I'll head back to the Capitol and search for a less official point of entry, just in case. Pray, allow me to accompany thee on thy reconnaissance. An arcane perspective may prove needful. I think I'd like to speak with more of these ancients. Mayhap they know something that could help cure Elio's condition. Would you mind coming with me? Of course. I don't mind. Just lead the way. I didn't even realize that was, like, I feel like a mini moment of reconciliation for them. Then Yustol and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. There is surely more intelligence to be had, and so we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in front of the Capitol. Dexedin. Heavy in this part of the game, yeah. But a good way. I mean, it's melancholic, it's sleepy, it's sad, but it's not. Like, the thing that's great about Neath Dark Waters is you can feel the melancholy at the heart of it, but it's also, there's a little bit of joy in it, you know? There's beauty, Amaurot is beautiful, these moments are beautiful. And there's the celebration of it in there. It's a small moment of time locked away permanently. And it's melancholic only because of what we know arrives next, for those aware. Oh, you know what? Wait, Raven's here. Thanks for getting these guys. I appreciate it. I really like flying around with them. Scions and sinners in the rain, do light and darkness fade. Yeah, thanks, Summit. I know that V has got together the party. Oh, you guys are probably talking to each other. I'll let you guys worry about it. You just tell me who I'm inviting when we get there. Indecision here at the crossroad. Recognition. Tomorrow's come too soon. A visitor's writ. Yes, I can assist you. Full name, please. Elio Forgeron. Please wait near the counter while I confirm your details. Yep. Yeah, Yukio, absolutely, and it's really telling. The fact that Yukio, we get specific story points on that at later points from multiple other characters, right? It is really telling about him, about how much he cares, and how much he holds to it. Yeah. Balloon for crab seems fair. Elio Forgeron, your application is ready for collection. As your residency was approved by Emet himself, further forms of identification will not be required. Here are your application documents. Submit them at the Bureau of the Secretariat, and the clerk will issue you with a visitor's writ for the capital. Yep, but it makes so much sense, right? Like, the only way you can make the character he is make sense and the story you're telling with him make sense is Amaurot. And not literally just Amaurot alone, but the only way Emet Selch as a character makes sense if he deeply, deeply cares and carries that weight and pushes on in spite of that. He forges ahead, but he's also hunched by it. He's in some ways broken by it. But he continues on all the same, because ultimately, he just misses his friends. And the only thing he can do, other than let go, his only option is to fight for the world he knew, or to let go of it. And for him, it's not just as simple as, oh, I selfishly miss my friends. It's also, think about it, for him, probably feels like he has a responsibility to them. Responsibility to save the world he knew, to save the people he loved. And he also took that just as seriously, you know? And that's why one of the many reasons people love Shadowbringers, Yuki. Because it can do that. It can make you go from like, oh, okay, cool, JRPG, dark guys, whatever, you know, discount Organization 13, or just kind of Organization 13, and make something very powerful out of that. Okay, since we're getting our hit low boy, I'm putting the mask back on. Next, please. Visiting the capital, are we? Please take a seat. Your name will be called once your application has been processed. Yeah. It's definitely important, but yeah, ultimately it just allows it be easier to excuse his actions, really. Definitely important, though. May I? You, I think, are from a time beyond ours? Have you followed in the wake of Emet Selch? Nay, there's no cause for alarm. I'm simply a shade, here and not here. I know only that my name is Hydaelyn, and that this city is a recreation, a phantom moment plucked from the well of history. These others seem unaware of their pale existence, but I wonder if Emet Selch's mind was distracted when it came to my reconstitution. A stray thought would have been enough. Hydaelyn will realize the truth. For example, we were close friends once, you see. Yet, in spite of my perception, I play the same role as all the rest, a bit part, meant to bring the color and noise to this well-crafted stage. Too much scrutiny and we shall burst like fragile bubbles. Thus I tell you again, my presence is not to concern you. I wish only to share your company whilst we wait. If you've come this far, then you know of the catastrophe which awaits us on Amaurot. The final days. What began as an isolated incident soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The Convocation of 14, well, it was 13 at the time, endeavored to create a will for our star. They would repair the fundamental laws of order and halt the spread of destruction. But creation on such a scale required an immense source of power. Of those of us who still lived, nearly half offered up their lives in the name of salvation. And from their sacrifice, Zodiark was born. Just as we had hoped, he reached forth and halted the march of oblivion. Yet oh, how the star had suffered. So many species lost. The land was blighted, the waters poisoned, and even the wind had lost its fervor. Once more did our people give themselves to Zodiark. Another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, to ensure that the trees and grasses and myriad of tiny lives would sprout and grow and flourish. The cycle of life had begun anew, and we could reconsider the means by which we might protect it. The Convocation decided thus. We would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality. Then, when the time was right, we would offer some portion of its life energy to Zodiark. In return, he would restore to us those brethren whose souls had fed his strength, and together we would resume our role as stewards. There were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. They argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiark, that this new world should belong to the lives newly born. These dissidents surrendered their life energies in the creation of Hydaelyn, an incarnation of their opposing belief, and for the first time in our history, our people stood divided. Know you, then, how the conflict ended? I thought you might. And now Emet-Selk's hunch also makes all the more sense. Emet-Selk has ever been a champion for the will of Zodiark. The original plan may have been set back by millennia, but he will not have abandoned his course. He will pay the price for our return by whatever means is necessary. And though he may carry himself with a certain glib ease, Emet-Selk is not a man to bear his burdens lightly. In fact, I imagine they've only grown heavier with every passing century. Tis a truly terrible weight he has chosen to carry. Eorzean? I love that all the other ones are gone. It seems your turn has come. Pray, do not let me keep you. Yeah, no, definitely. That he's chosen to carry it, not just that it was forced upon him. Ah, there was one last thing. You walk with another at your side, yes? Nay, I see no definitive form, just the faintest suggestion of a second soul. I doubt it's visible to anyone but me. Otherwise, I assume only you can see and hear this ethereal companion. Your connection is hardly a coincidence. In our time, the two of you were one. The color of your souls tell the tale. A hue that distinctive cannot be mistaken, no matter how thin the soul is spread. This is just the kind of fate I might expect from one such as he. Surely MSQ has recognized the hint of him in you.
Elio for Servant.
Fare you well, my new old friend. May you find what it is you seek. God, there's so much shit you learn in Amaurot. It's so funny too. Like, think about it. Think about how well it's done, because this so easily could just be like, okay, they're expositioning us, dumping us all a bunch, right? But it doesn't feel like it. It just feels like more unraveling, and it feels like the right all time. Yeah, my new old friend. I love that. That's always the line that.
Your visitor writ has requested. When you wish to gain admittance to the capital, simply present the document to the attendant within.
Willow, thank you for the 5 memberships. Everybody enjoy your emotes. Power, enjoy your Archon. Professor, enjoy your Archon. Scarlet, enjoy your Archon. Stefano, enjoy your Archon. Kovadin, enjoy your Archon. One of the subtle effects, bits of writing in Shadowbringers is how they spread the whole time, slowly getting you like Arbor, and only then reveal these connected to you like this. Yeah, like it hints and hints and hints and nods and nods and nods, and then tells you. I love that fact that MSQ keeps in Guardian form even here, keeping himself separate from the rest of Amaurot. Yeah, so many nods, so many details, so many just... I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm going to tell you a secret. Final Fantasy XIV, it's a pretty good story. Particularly Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Pretty fucking good stories. Shocker, I know.
Finally, you were gone so long I was on the verge of mounting a rescue party. How fared you in the bureaucratic ventures? Ah, I see my instincts were correct. And a good thing too. Eorzean and I weighed our chances of breaking into the capital, and an official entrance is by far more of an attractive option. The capital boasteth not a single armed sentry. It would seem that in their time they did not deem it needful to post guards. The windows and doors, however, appear heavily warded, though mightily did we strive with strength mundane and magical, we failed to budge them even a fraction of 1 ilm. Mayhap 'twas simply the case that MSQ's recreation did not extend to their usual function. We didn't try everything, of course, but we thought it best to conserve our time and energy for more pressing matters. Speaking of which, Rean, I tried asking about a cure for you. The problem is these ancients didn't exist beyond Amaurot's today. They will happily tell their own tales, but whatever we attempted to explain our situation, the conversation quickly became muddled. What of you, Elio? Was aught worthy of interest said during your efforts to obtain a writ? Lady. The greatest sacrifice of life is in exchange for the brethren's resurrection, and you say all the Ascians' scheming has been leading to this. All this time, but if they still mean to enact this plan, then things won't end with a rejoining. I thought if we knew their intentions in full, restore the world to its former glory, and in turn empower Zodiark to reclaim his throne as the will of the star. Yet they were merely a step along the way. I hesitate to put it into words, but we have to assume that following the final rejoining, the Ascians mean to draw on the lives of the Source to make their sacrifice to Zodiark. That does seem the most likely scenario. Mayhap those who ally with the Ascians would be spared that fate. But what value is there in surviving when all our history, all our struggles will be erased? I cannot conscience such an act. Of course not. Of course not, and that's not to say that what MSQ plans for the Exarch's power. Do we stand by and let him threaten our future as well as our past? We need to find him, Elio, and when we do, make your mark. Change the course of history in a way that's felt by those who came before and those who came after, by everyone you've ever met.
Change things so that even my other self, dying somewhere in that future calamity, will smile and say, I knew you would win. Oof.
Weighty.
Is fighting him itself the only way? He created an entire city. It will take everything we had to defeat him, if we even can. And if you push that hard in your current state, the light will break free. The decision to press on lies with you, just as it lies with each and every one of us. This is such an important thing that the game does multiple times, but it's not just that we're just going to carry forward, nothing bad. We choose. You choose to keep moving ahead, to march forward, to forge ahead. It's important. It really is. You're just talking about how the stories of mystery novels influence the fantasy narrative really opened my eyes. Yeah, I know for sure he talked about that, yeah, but Nano, if you have links to that, I remember reading that. That was during the lead up to Endwalker, I'm pretty sure. I remember that. He talked at length about it, too. It was fascinating. Oh, I'm not level 8. Okay, well, that's fine. Do you remember that time we had the tower in Mord Sulk? I still am of the same mind now as I was then. I don't abandon you. You don't abandon me. And together we will make the difference in this fight. There's always hope if we look for it. I saw it again and again as you tore through the veils of the light from the sky. If we can keep taking the next step forward, there's a chance we'll find a way to save you. So no matter how long it takes or how much it hurts, you can count on me to keep on walking. Valthree spoke of the disaster we would bring upon our own heads, the ceaseless conflict. Imagine how he would sneer to see what's become of the first, not to mention your perilous predicament. And yet, who can deny the fire your deeds have ignited in people's heart? You've achieved what my logic and ideals never could, uniting disparate peoples under the banner of hope and common purpose. Without you, that giant Talos would never have raised its head. I have borne witness to many such miracles at your side, and would do so again. This is but another obstacle on the road. So come, let us travel it. Drag me through wonder and danger as you want to do, and I shall endeavor not to slow you down. As well thou know, we are to usher Emet-Selch unto his rest. We must needs bind his Ascian soul, and then shatter it with overwhelming force. The former task requireth oversight, and such have I prepared, upon the Exarch's asking, no less, though 'twas ever mine intent to provide said boon. The future whence our noble friend doth hail is a world fallen to Ascian artifice, and he would not see such grim history repeated. In a sense, Emet-Selch's destruction will be the culmination of the Exarch's efforts, a reward for all he hath endured these many years. It even as though strideth into the jaws of peril, forget not but that his fondest wish, and that of many others besides, is to see thee survive unto the morrow. 'Tis in pursuit of that happiest of outcomes that I do pledge to remain by thy side. Our time in the First has been a never-ending succession of trials, as arduous as our path in the Source ever was. Yet through all our journeys together, through that deep and foreboding wood, you have helped me stay true to my convictions. Thus would I return the favor. Do as your heart decrees, without hesitation or regret, and that is all I will say on the matter. Well, this has put everyone in a solemn mood, hasn't it? Honestly, we're not even sure this will be the end of it. But I suppose we should speak our minds when we have the opportunity. You taught me that much in Amaurot. So forgive me this moment of sentiment, Elio. By dragging me into this sorry mess, you've given me a chance to think and act as I should have, for Reen's sake. Words cannot express how much this has changed my life, or how grateful I am for your support. So I shall express my gratitude through my actions instead. No matter where you decide to go, I will be there, guarding your back. When Menphilia entrusted me with her power, she warned me that no matter how strong you become, you can still fall victim to despair. You can still feel powerless. And she was right. After you collapsed on Mount Gulg, my hands won't stop shaking. If I made a mistake, if I failed to blind the light within you, I was terrified you would die. Even now, you could be moments from turning, and I wouldn't know how to save you. You, Thancred, the others, you've all been there when I needed help. Menphilia surrendered her life to me, her legacy. I should be ready to do the same for you, and I want to, I do, but I'm not good enough. She told me to follow your example, and I've tried. I've really tried. Then you shouldn't hang your head. I shouldn't? At the end of the day, it's all we have. Trying. Oh! Because fate can be cruel, but a smile better suits a hero. I'm not sure Actually, never mind. I think I'll understand better if I try it for myself. No, nothing will come of brooding here in self-pity. I've made my decision, Elio. I'm going with you. Oh, no, I caught it, Nano, and I wanted to pick it, but yeah, I caught it. I know that line. That's why I almost picked it, and then I saw the smile better suits, and I couldn't not pick that. But yeah, that line, I love the Louis Swall lines, and I love that you're allowed to pick them. And how often I usually do. Well, spoilers for later, but there's some other ones later on that I love. I only know them because I've watched all the 1.0 cutscenes. That is Hug Green, yeah. Here, before we continue, who am I picking? Who's going into my party? Yukio, thank you for the 55p. Why must they twist the knife with Horsefon? Because it's not, think about it this way. Think about it importantly like this. We feel emotional for it, but remember, what did Horsefon live for? To build a better world, to defend the things that he loved, to be a knight errant, to be in defense of that which he loved. What could be possibly better than his memory being a source of comfort, not only for us, but for a small girl a world away, for her to be a hero? What could possibly be more in his spirit? Thanks, Nana. Yeah. I picked the smile better suits here because my warrior of light has no connection to Louis Swall, yeah. Shows that anniversary had a huge impact on our character, yeah. Then Ray, do you want to invite me? Because I need people. I'm not going to be leaving, so I'm going to need people to invite me. Ashley, good to see you. Glad to have you. We are on Crystal Curl. FF always did put a Fae of the World on teens. Yeah. There's never, especially because of the twins, there's never not a time where it doesn't do that to some extent. Just whatever group Ray has is the group that we'll be using. Ray's going to be fighting the people. Because V has the trial group set up. So I'll wait. I'll let you get that group together, and I'm going to go ahead and start the cutscene. Welcome to the capital. Welcome to the internet. Have a look around. All visitors must present an official writ of permission before admittance will be granted. Welcome to Amaurot. Have a look around. Your documents appear to be in order. You may proceed into the capital, but any guests you may choose to bring with you must remain in your vicinity at all times. You got this, Raven. I believe in you. Yeah, mood lady.
This really is unacceptable. I gave you very specific instructions.
Emmet Sulk.
The Ascian theme.
My invitation was for an abomination, ripe with the power to bring about the world's annihilation. Not this half-broken thing. Whatever am I to do with you? And I see you insist on keeping the same familiar company. Are you so lost without them?
It is not he who is lost without the familiar. Not content with remaking an entire city, you aim to fill it with the reconstituted souls of the dead.
I may have gotten a little carried away in my attention to detail, added a few unnecessary flourishes. Well, there's no point trying to hide it. Yes.
This is your day, Willow.
Once the rejoining of worlds is complete, Zodiac will regain his full strength and shatter his prison. Then we shall offer up the Source's remaining inhabitants in sacrifice, that we might resurrect our brethren who died to bring Zodiac into existence. But what was it that you came here to do exactly?
Ooh. Fuck you, I'm not giving you what you want. We came here for the Exarch.
Well, you can't have him. The wisdom that
love
man
that
guards may open up new worlds of possibilities. He has unlocked the secrets of travel across the rift, and through time as well, it would seem. Quite an accomplishment for one of his incomplete nature. I must explore the limits of his capabilities and harness that power for the Ardor.
Fly Free, good to see, glad to have you. Oh, thank you for the kind words, and I'm glad they can help you with your D&D campaign. That's great. I'd love to hear more about it.
Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason. You think it unfair that you are subject to suffering? That your lives will be sacrificed for the Ancients? Look at me! I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you, fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace. For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star. Have your recent spats with Vorthri and his Sin Eaters taught you nothing? Have you not learned that your ignorance and frailty beget only endless misery?
Ah, that's a smart tactic.
How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference? Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other?
I don't know.
Of course they wouldn't. And if you had witnessed history unfold as I have, you would reach the same conclusion. You cannot be entrusted with our legacy. I will bring back our brethren, our friends, our loved ones. The world belongs to us, and us alone.
It's so interesting that it plays the warrior, the Torn from the Heavens, there, for his speech, as well as the Ascian speech. Say it, Alfino. You've learned enough. Your journey has led you to here.
Emmett Selk! We understand, truly, but it makes no difference. The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present. One day, we too will be ashes and dust, but not today. Our time is not yet finished. We share your conviction, and that is why we will not abandon our course.
The fucking face he makes here.
You think us the same? You think your tattered soul of equal worth to those I lost? Then come. Earn your place. Prove yourselves worthy to inherit this star.
This fucking shot's so good.
Behold the coming oblivion. 'Twas the end of our era and the beginning of our great work. A fitting backdrop for your final judgment. I shall wait within, but do not spend too much time on your preparations. There's no telling how much longer the guest of honor will last.
Willow, thank you for the 5 memberships. Everyone enjoy your emotes and Archon. Oh, that's a good shot. Oh, it's a beautiful fucking shot. Fly free, that's a really smart tactic to get them to play. Yeah, that's really good. What did Willow? I mean, look at me, Willow. Mm-hmm. He was torn from the heavens. Yeah, Tim. Yeah, I think it's very interesting the way this whole bit is written as him just losing his temper. He drops all pretense of intellectualism, doesn't even bother responding to Alfino's argument. I think he does. Yeah, like he's not, because he doesn't care about offering it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, basically what you're saying, right? But that's because, like, at some level, all the justifications are bullshit. At the core, it's he misses his friends, right? At the core, he misses those he loves, and feels responsible for their, like, feels responsible to try and reclaim them. It's not actually about whether or not we're valuable, like whether we have equal value or anything. It's not. At some level, he's like, he cannot stand the idea of us comparing his loss to his, and also like taking that away from him. Showcases his emotion, yeah, so seems on point. Yep. I think we'll see Emmett's last shred of patient sanity, whatever you want to call it, snap here. Yeah. Never go full Sahi. The unmentioned committing contempt is that fate. Yeah, expression is legendary. Ascians are all about debate and testing all theories. He ignores all that. He goes to the show he has lost with. Well, the ancients, yeah, the ancients. The Ascians, I would say, aren't, in a way. I would say Ascians have already lost that, but the ancients definitely. Because Ascians specifically, those that we've been facing up to this point are Ascians. They're like a group, right? They're that group, but not all ancients were Ascians. You got this, Willow. Or sorry, Willow, the Raven. I'm gonna do a ready check. Use food if you have it. Okay. And now we face it. The final days of Amaurot. Actually, one quick. Yeah. Let's hit it. Welcome back, Jade. Well, Flames, one of the most tight cliches visually they could have used, but also, if it 14 is not amazing because of 14 was never been amazing because of its originality. 14 has always been amazing because of its execution. I'll shout that from the heavens. But let's do it, guys. Welcome to the final days of Amaurot.
Welcome to the final days of Amaurot.
What will become of us? The end times have come!
The fabric of our star began to fray, and the unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts.
If you've ever watched the Endwalker trailer, I would recommend paying attention to the lines that are said in this. God, I love the music of this dungeon. Oh, there we go. For those of you who have already completed the MSQ,
our dread made manifest our deepest fears.
the first beast, and thus did the first doom befall us. The first beast was striking in its unsightliness. As if to scour away all life, it called down a cataclysmic deluge. God, that's so cool that they fucking drop a building on you. Doing great, guys. Keep it up. Where's Excog when you need it? Yet even its defeats did not halt the march of oblivion. It would not, however, prove the last.
The land buckled. The cities burned. The waters ran red with blood.
Imagine that this is the fate of Europe. And you had the power to save it. Let's get him. Oh, that was too early. The second Doom. beast bellows and gives birth to terror. A terror which turn gives birth to new beasts. It gaze turns skyward, and fiery rain falls from the heavens. Once the fear has taken root, it cannot be expunged. As if feeding upon the horror, the beast bloats, then shivers, then ruptures.
Yet this is far from the worst of it. Come, and I will show you.
Yep, called Terminus Beasts, yeah.
Just a little further.
Yet it was neither claw nor flame.
End of a world.
But our very sins. Notice they're all Terminus Vanquisher, Terminus Lacerator.
The star was fading. We saw we had to weave its laws anew.
Stacked to the heavens where they took root, corrupting its halls. The planet burned.
between us and our goal loomed a final misbegotten fiend.
Chthonic riddle, Therion. From the depths of despair, the last harbinger arose. Its voice was fulgent, destruction, and none could stand in its path. And as it edged inexorably closer, we knew. Limit break at will. All you, Raven. Limit break when ready. Good job. Without decisive sacrifice, our star would surely perish. This is it. Final chance. Throw everything you got at him. And clear. Good job, everyone. Yeah, lady, that's a good point about the cataclysm. Yep. Oh, chocolate pudding is great. Yeah. Quinn, good to see you. Glad to have you.
Be on your guard. This is wholly his realm. Here, do you guys want to get a picture quick? Here. Make sure to do a slash sit beforehand. And then get all lined up. We'll go with that. Go, and I will toss that in screenshots real quick. And we're clear. Okay, good job, guys. Now on to absolutely nothing else left to do for the night, and clearly not the third and final trial. Let's hit it.
Well, well, you prevailed.
Nevertheless...
Your performance was underwhelming, and I remain unconvinced of your worthiness. Oh, you tower over your misbegotten ilk, no doubt. But should I bring my full strength to bear, well, you would be as leaves in the wind. The gulf between us is a reflection of the disparity between the world as it was and what it has become.
Oh, gotta love that anime moment of the, like, wind.
Our worlds may not live up to your lofty standards. But they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and love and hope.
Love it.
And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
Alizé!
You are a mistake. For we who have known perfection, the shattered source and these shards are ghastly mockeries of the true world. The ephemeral lives you exalt are pale imitations, utterly devoid of meaning.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again, and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
Insert YouTube quote.
More prattle.
fucking get up and keep carrying on.
Who are you? No one. Nothing. Once I have reclaimed my heritage, my first act will be to expunge your stain from history's weave. My world will have no need for heroes.
It's interesting it says my world, not our world. What a moment.
Still fighting the good fight.
Shield here to the rescue. I guess it's ass. Fucking black mage moment.
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away. But that is no reason for us to forsake it.
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow. To strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
Do not presume to speak of my future. And you? Why waste your final moments in futile defiance? Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live.
The trailer. Trailer line. I don't know why, but there's a shot coming up that always I found kind of disturbing.
You see, the light will not be denied. Surrender to your fate, and let the transformation take you.
Rise up in madness and fury. Devour the vermin infesting the land which is rightfully ours. Now, Reed! Now!
Oof.
Fight it. You have to hold on.
Yeah, no, I love that too. Yeah, very much. Decoy, good to glad to have you. Actually, wait. There's this shot. Wait. Our face and this shot. There's something about that that's always just like. And then coughing it up.
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? Could you save our worlds?
What do you think, guys? Could we do it? You think we could do it? You know I could.
Take it. We fight as one.
This world is not yours to end. This is our future. Our story.
How do we give the fucking warrior life a voice?
No, it can't be.
That trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more. How can you hope to stand against me alone?
We stand together!
Yes!
How... I'm surprised you can stand at all.
I could not well leave matters half finished. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Eon become instant.
Champions from beyond the rift.
Champions from beyond the
Heed
rift.
my call.
Heed my call!
Damn you all!
It ends this day. One way or another, it ends.
Very well. Let us proceed to your final judgment. The victor shall write the tale, and the vanquished become its villain. But come, let us cast aside titles and pretense, and reveal our true faces to one another. I am Hades, he who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber.
The dying gasp. Okay, V. My mod, my companion. Let's do this. Invite when ready. Des, why do you never confirm? Okay, guys. Together. Can I get lead? Oh. V, you want to invite someone real quick? Sweet. Can I get lead? Thank you. Let's hit it. Okay, guys. Let's end Shadowbringers. A sorcerer of Elf.
Show me your vaunted strength, and I shall expose the lie of your fragmented existence.
Look at that crew. Food, have you got it? Let's end him. You are destined for naught else but oblivion.
Darkness reigns.
Side without arrows?
Flame falls. You are unworthy. The arcane is mine to command. Scurry and scatter. Let darkness be purged.
Phase 1 complete. Give voice to your anguish, my brethren! Give substance to our hopes, our dreams, our prayers! To realize our salvation. And by their undeniable grace, may our perfect world rise anew. Yawn wide, the ever-hungering void. Devour the light, and return all to darkness. Impressive resilience, but it matters little. I have all eternity to break your stubborn wills. Phase 2. Unburden your sleeping souls, my brethren. I shall bear every hope, every dream, every prayer.
The future of this star shall be shaped by my hands. I shall be raised up by the prayers of my fallen brethren. Behold, a sorcerer of El tremble before their glory. Darkness flows through me.
Make sure to free whoever's trapped.
This place will be your tomb. Drown in despair. My dormant brethren, dream now with a dark tomorrow. By our gathered might, must we reclaim these vain reflections. In Zodiac's name, I beseech you.
Not today.
Has the Warden's light one free? No. Damn you. Damn your magic blessing. The world and every life upon it.
Limit break! Red Mage! And the light wins it in the end. But this time, he's blinded.
You have no power over me.
We did it, guys! Raiji, good to see you, glad to have ya. Is it over? Alright. Let us get a quick photo. Everyone wants to like line up real quick. Yeah, here that works perfect. Yeah. Yeah, stacked like that, that's perfect. Because we want it to be a little stacked so that way it's easier to get everyone in frame. Willow. Can I get everyone to do a quick sit, please? So you want to do just slash sit, and it resets the animation. There we go. Sweet. Good job, guys. We'll toss that in screenshots. And on to a final cutscene. No, it is looping, but it will still have them in the same general pose. Just, yeah, that would have been easier in certain ways, V. Thank you. I just at that point was like...
Will not yield. Should I surrender this fight, what will become of it all? What will become of our dreams? Our desire? What of us and even
Enough, damn you!
God, I love Thancred.
Such infernal strength!
Now! Strike with all thy might!
Everything you have. Come on. Any day now. God, I fucking love this visual.
Remember. Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
This is so important right here. The nod. He doesn't just say it. He can smile in the end because he promised to. That even if he can't reclaim his own world, there is someone to remember it. Val, good to see you. Glad to have you. If you didn't think that they couldn't make the Warrior of Light nod an emotional moment, I beg to differ.
Emet-Selch is no more.
More importantly, how do you fare?
What dost thou see?
His ether. It is as it used to be. As a disciple of Zodiac, the Eorzean was the darkness to your light. I can but assume that when you set your strength against his, the light within you was spent.
No, it's more than that. Under the strain of that incredible flood of ether, your soul had begun to break apart, yet now it seems somehow restored. I tried to help you before the battle, but Emmett Selk stopped me. So, how did you... exactly what did you... Can you tell us what happened?
I had some help from an old friend. I had help from the hero of this world.
I see.
Where to start? I believe I owe you all an apology. And you, most especially.
Tis good to see you awake, Rahatia.
Well, 'tis good to be awake.
He spent over 100 years just holding the line. Just on the hope that things might be able to be better. That's the first time he's gotten to be recognized as himself. I mean, other than when we called his name before. It was the greeting he always wanted. And the musical theme, Eternal Winds. The theme of Final Fantasy III, Crystal Tower,
those mad
and
souls dove
Grahatia.
straight into the ocean over there, did they?
All I could see from here was the whale, Master Chai.
'Twas surely Alphino and those friends of his. They did something heroic, mark my words. You need only look up there for proof of that.
As you say, my love. They're sure to be back any moment now. Any moment.
They are coming
Thank you,
back,
Gyo, for the...
aren't they? I couldn't bear the thought of...
There, dear. Everything will be all right.
There, look! Over there, over the beach!
Greetings!
You all right?
Welcome back!
I didn't think we'd be swimming the whole way back. Heavens. Heavens. Take me.
Alphino! Oh, hells.
Oh, it's so good.
Wait! Where's Eorzean?
He must have fallen behind.
But shouldn't we look for him?
He'll wash up sooner or later.
For the love of Alphino!
Welcome back, dear ones!
If it isn't the pixie of the hour.
And thus did salvation come to the first. The lamps of Amaurot will fade along with Emetselk's enchantments, and the depths shall be as once they were. Mount Gulg will one day fall, and the Talos below yield to wind and rain.
Changes
This tale, too, will fade with time, passing into legend as the world heals and moves on. Nevertheless,
I saw Eorzean on the left.
as ether obeys the cycle, as death and decay gives way to new life, so too do the memories we share inspire others to rise to greatness. For we who walk before may lead those who walk after. Your road goes ever on, as does your story, as does your legacy. Such is the hero's lot, to touch the lives of countless others.
Excuse me? You're the Warrior of Darkness, aren't you? Where are you from, really? And how did you get to be so strong?
Well, we've done it, guys. We've beaten Endwalker. Or, Endwalker. We've beaten Shadowbringers. Endwalker is next, as I was trying to say. The brain. We just got patch content, and then it's on to Endwalker, where I will be crying so much. Good expansion. Yes, it was A3. Very much so. And, sorry, scrolling back up. Philippe, yeah. Even to see that stage 1,000 times, I'll cry. Also, good to see you. Glad to have you. The road that we walk is lost in the flood. Jane, good to see you. Glad to have you. I misspoke. Not really about reading because he definitely says something. Yeah, he definitely says something, but I wouldn't be surprised if he said, like, I mean, in Japanese, maybe something like Oyasumi Nasai. Simone, good to see you. Glad to have you. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the intent. I mean, if he said like Oyasumi or something. Yeah, well, Raven, we still do have patch content, but yeah, we're getting there. We're that's why I don't get why other people come up with that theory. I mean, I will say, like, yeah, you can make your own interpretation, but I think, like, it's not unreasonable to speculate that that's what he would have said. Dream of paradise lost home, riding home, dying home. If you enjoy the stream and aren't a member of our Discord, why not come join us at https://discord.gg Eorzean Archives. Is where our community is. We spend a lot of time talking about all sorts of good shit, like Final Fantasy XIV, and we do all sorts of events constantly. PvPs, maps, gwib farming, you name it. We get up to it. AC was responding to my comment, Arbiter's not being in the live stream, so the kids can't be reincarnated. There can't be a reincarnation of him, yeah, which apparently a theory people have. Well, I mean, but we know that's how souls work. So, like, him rejoining with us means that he can't be reincarnated. Because his soul is not in the life, it's within the life stream. And also, like, his soul wouldn't be in that toy. Because that's not how souls get reincarnated. Yeah, it's strange thinking reincarnation happens that fast. Like, that literally isn't how it works. Like, you don't have a living person just get a soul. It's when a newborn baby is born, a soul goes into that. Like, it's part of the process when they're born. All good, Des. Oh, thank you for reminding me, Ray Ray. Yes, there's a new Final Fantasy XIV archive. We have a... Ray Ray just put up a new one. It's called About Ada Pureheart. If you don't know that story, you should definitely check it out. Thanks, Ray Ray. You could argue he's Arbert's descendant, but Arbert didn't have any children. So I don't know how you'd argue that. I don't know, like, why there's not really any insinuation of that. And I think also trying to make it, like, somehow directly connected to Arbor detracts from it. It should just be anyone, right? You know, the point is, like, some kid wants to know. You don't have a living person get a soul. Are we joke with you? Well, but Frey is a part of our soul, a part of ourself. Arbor is a part of it. I realize that's what you're saying, but also just like having a rejoined part of your soul or a fraction of your soul talking to you is different than getting a soul at all. Do you believe Emmett found us worthy at the end, even though he never admitted it? I don't know if he found us worthy. I think you could argue that forever. I do think he was able to concede the future to us, right? And just like in that moment recognize he had lost and just ask that we remember that they once lived, that they once were. Okay. Shall we carry on to the...
By your deeds has the blinding light been banished from these skies, and the Sin Eaters driven to retreat. Although our many hurts will be years in the mending, I have faith that this world and her people will one day be whole once more. With no rejoining in prospect, the Source need no longer fear the coming of an 8th umbral calamity.
And with that triumph, the future from which you came will no longer come to pass. Yet here you still stand.
So I do. I wonder if that other age continues onward somehow, cut adrift from time's flow. Or have I simply etched myself a place upon this new block of history?
See, so like remember earlier on they said like, oh, when we do this plan, my like existence will unravel. You're still in the same expansion. He's like, oh, I guess I'm fine. So it's like sometimes people don't know but act like they do.
As the summoner of your souls, my death was meant to release you back to your world. Yet I am very much alive, and you are still stuck here in the First.
I believe I speak for us all when I say that we are happy to postpone our return if it means your life is spared. We will seek out another way.
Besides, I never had any intention of rushing home. There are people here I still need to thank, and this means I might actually have time to do so.
Yet we dare not neglect our comrades in the Source. Mistress Tataru, to name but one, will be most anxious to know how things stand with us.
So, you'll just have to make the journey alone for the moment. Be sure and give a full report to our fellow Scions, would you? Oh, and we'd also appreciate any news you can bring us from back home.
Then I see no reason to delay. I can open the path from here.
I imagine we each have matters demanding our attention, so let this be a farewell for us all. Send word when you've resummoned our friend. Oh, and do try to ensure he arrives within the city next time.
Of course. I shall strive for utmost accuracy. No strange forests or unplanned passengers, I promise.
I'm a little relieved, to be honest. I would have been terribly lonely if everyone had suddenly disappeared. But I understand that you have to go. Safe journey, warrior of darkness. I hope to see you again soon.
Simon, I'll say, like, there were parts for me. Endwalker was that expansion for me, but I definitely feel that. Even
just a moment while I attune
expansion.
the portal. Then you can
Phenomenal.
Be on your way.
And you don't get what I love about Endwalker without Shadowbringers, anyways.
When I was a boy, many long years ago, I yearned to stand tall as the heroes of Eld. But like a fool seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens, my every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short. And then one day, an all but forgotten dream from my youth stood before me in the flesh.
Good reasons to cry, Simon. Good reason to cry. Means we're alive. Means we feel.
A hero who looked at the horizon and beyond and saw I knew not what. All I knew was that I would give anything to stand at that hero's side.
.3 Tracy, of Shadowbringers, 5.3 is the thing that hits me the hardest too, by far.
Would that it was so
can't
easy.
follow after.
The glory of the heavens was ever beyond the grasp of those who never thought to reach for it. But if I have gained anything from all of this, it is the courage to stretch out my hand.
And ain't that everything?
Do you hear me, Grahatia? This is no time for sleeping.
Yeah, Willow. And Yavi, I'm very excited to replay Endwalker with you watching and see if you like it anymore. Like I know you already love it. Like I'm curious if it hits any harder. Hey, road trip buddies. Hey, Roasted, good to see you. Glad to have you.
To the west gate. I want to know what's happening there.
Have you done the weapons class line, Simon?
Same as the others. Struck down with a single blow. An unfortunate day to draw guard duty.
I'm noticing a trend.
Forgive me. These were your people.
That's very normal.
We took advantage of this slaughter to slip into the palace. 'Tis not for me to grieve them.
But who's slaughtering them?
That was the Emperor. Wait! Ugh. Your radiance!
Gaius, you've missed your part in this, I'm afraid.
Gaius believe. He was a believer and deeply loyal.
Identify yourself, demon!
You were hoping for the Ascian? The Craven shed this skin and fled, rather than face me. A pity. I was looking forward to crossing blades with myself. But I cannot deny the feeling of satisfaction. Body and soul reunited at last.
What now? The game continues, but the pieces have changed.
Only if we trust in a paragon's words. A mistake I do not intend to repeat. Gaius!
He speaks the truth. Elidibus is gone. Tore a hole into the rift. Xenos, my foolish, greedy son. Was a second life not enough? Was the Empire too rich a prize to ignore?
He doesn't care about the Empire.
True freedom for our nation, our people, will never be won by a spoiled princeling. The burden of this throne is beyond you.
Yeah, and that's partly your fault.
'Tis you, father, who have struggled with this burden. Simply holding the Empire together has occupied your limited faculties. But you may take comfort in knowing that I have no intention of pursuing your tedious agenda. Nor am I interested in ruling over the Empire's lands. I came only to remove that which ruins my sport. I will not have my prey stolen by your petty wars and cowardly weapons.
You would kill me just for that.
I need no other reason. Any and all who interfere with my hunt will not do so twice! I heard the Ascians speak of Zodiac and Hydaelyn. Even the will of this star is but a construct of our own making. We shall gorge upon their strength, and then, my friend, our contest shall begin anew.
Xenos!
Wild that that's part of how they end the fucking expansion. It's also interesting that there's like the breaks in between each one of the cutscenes as we like carry along instead of usually they'll like in a lot of the expansions they'll just do them back to back to back. Right in there. Oblivion, good to see you, glad to have you. Is this a blind run? Depends what you mean by blind. If you mean first time, then no. Honestly, I would be kind of perplexed if I created a lore channel where I hadn't played the entirety of the MSQ yet. That would be strange. There'd be so many things you'd be like, oh, talking about this lore and stuff, but it's like you wouldn't know the context of like later information that might, you know, help contextualize certain things. Shadowing's the image is like word of light during Heaven's Word. Yeah, the scary shadowing. Thanks, Bean. This is just a new character. New Game Plus. It's so silly, but I like not getting any XP or anything from something. And also there's sometimes like not having quests done or little things can do a lot to like make the experience like different or make you notice different things. Yeah, no worries, man. Thanks for watching them. I hope you've been enjoying them. But yeah, no, this is a new character that we've been playing over the past year or so, going from the beginning of ARR to Shadowbringers. If you guys want to check it out, we have a playlist with every other stream before now. They also should be on the channel. Oh, but, Elio, is that really you? But, how? When? We didn't think you'd be back for ages. Time moves in mysterious ways. All right, so it does. The reports you had delivered by the excitable little pixie said as much. As for the situation on this side, the Imperials are still eyeing our forces from afar. From what I've told, the Garlean armies have been slow to react and seem reluctant to commit to any large-scale engagements. It's an odd sort of stalemate. Otherwise, we've yet to see any sign of that awful Black Rose weapon we were warned about. Oh, but I suppose we did call in an old friend to help out on that count. Hehe, Kryl and I had a terrible time tracking him down, though he will be worth it to see the look on your face when you find out who it is. Anyways, I was just about to make contact with this helper of ours, then confirm the latest news from the front. Might you fancy having a rest while I do? Ah, the Warrior of Light, back where he belongs, just as if nothing had happened. Though you do seem different somehow. You'll have to tell me all about your adventures when we next have a spare moment. Until then, welcome back. Wind up Grahatia. The future is where his destiny awaits. If you want to understand time travel more, basically it's fixed loop. It's all fixed loop. And I can explain how it's fixed loop on multiple levels. But I can't wait until we get to Endwalker. Oblivion has claimed him. Emitselk gone. La Habrea gone. I alone remain, the last of the unbroken. Once more, I am moved to reevaluate the potential of these tattered souls. Ah, Xenos, never did I dream you could overpower me so completely, possessed as I was of your body and all its uncanny strength. And now that I've shared with you the truth of this world and its reflections, who can predict how events will unfold? Not I. Emissary, what a poor jest that title has become. The flow of history has become muddled, its currents wild beyond my capacity to direct them. So that's Eorzea, that's Vilbrand, Mericidia. You've wrested the advantage, Hydaelyn. The thieving hands of your disciples tighten their grip on our star. The origins of the world remain hidden and its inhabitants ignorant of their broken existence, just as you and your creators desired. They celebrate the gift of imperfect life, uncaring, unknowing as we weaken and fade. But do not imagine yourself rid of us. Though your champion has indeed proven the most egregious obstacle to our ascendance, a barbed thorn in my side, he may yet be removed and cast into the abyss. Oh yes, it can be done. I will keep these heroes mired in the first, and victory will be ours at last. Warriors of Darkness now, are they? Their fate is decided. They shall meet the same end as those who came before, death at the hands of the Warrior of Light. I don't think it's that you know he'd lose. I think he saw the Exarch as another way to potentially change the events, rather than having to worry about rejoinings. If he could go back in time and change things from his perspective, because he doesn't know the full understanding of how it might work, he might be another way instead to save his people. Oh, and also it's all fixed loop. So, but it's fixed loop in a way where people are not aware of I can't talk about it because of Endwalker, but I can explain why. All I would say is there's 3 examples of time travel in all of Final Fantasy XIV, and one is actually not time travel. One is time travel, but it's in a fixed loop, and it's based on calculations. One, and that's Alexander, which is all in a fixed loop, and then Alexander itself as an entity calculates the odds of what the future is like to happen, but everything involved with its time travel is all in a fixed loop. Then there's the Crystal Tower, where there's the branching timelines, except for the branch is part of a fixed loop that I cannot explain. It seems you were right. Yes, there is something out there. But it would mean crossing malms and malms of this infernal emptiness, which is rather unhealthy for living creatures as I understand it. Even were we to restrict ourselves to brief forays, I don't like to imagine the effect it would have on our aether. But you still want to go, don't you? We may have saved the world, but we haven't reclaimed it. And when you put it that way... What choice do we have? Well, of course I'm going with you. That's what family is for, isn't it? Come, let's head back and prepare for this mad journey of yours. Thank you, Thancred. Yeah, guys, we always do the battle content. We always do the alliance raids and the raid, and and the trial series. We always do. We've done it for every expansion. We're gonna do it for all of them. So yes. And the order we don't know yet, Yukio. Eden. A reference of Final Fantasy VIII. It can't be rejoined in its current state. So blazing skies give way to gentle night. What hand can end the war of dark and light? Yeah, the 13th in its current state cannot be rejoined. That is explicit in Shadowbringers and I think at least one other place. Might even be in Heaven's Word. But no, it explicitly can't in current state. And their plan basically was after what happened to the Void is we're not going to worry about it. We're going to worry about everything else and we'll solve that last. That's what their plan was at the time. Well, ladies, Raven, why don't you guys join for when we do Eden? That'd be that way you can complete it. Okay. Shadowbringers is done. Let's give me that Graha minion. Give me that garbage. Don't ask why I have a whole bunch of knives. I was doing a bunch of crafting earlier. Have a good one, not A3. We're going to be wrapping up right here anyways. Bean, V, or Ray, if one of you guys are around, if you want to quick start doing the wrap-ups, we can do that. Did the Alexander questline explain that Alexander could have made it not a loop? No. So people, I think, misunderstand. Alexander calculated possible outcomes. But in terms of its time travel capability, it only ever operated in a fixed loop. But in terms of it predicted possible outcomes with its hyper complex machine for the possible. It didn't like travel into the future and check all those outcomes. It calculated what could possibly happen. Just because the queue time for anything. That's weird, Simon. I usually have almost instant queue times for... Part of me wondered if, had the light one on the first, they could have done a mini calamity between the 1st and the 13th. No, because the reflections don't draw into each other. The reflections are only drawn back into the source. So they don't, you couldn't, a calamity happens when a shard is tilted and the source is basically cracked, is tilted, and also a big enough event happens that cracks the wall between the two, and the natural flow of the reflection, it goes back into the source. So the reflections don't flow into each other, they only flow into the source. If you enjoy the stream and you aren't a member of our Discord, why not come join us at discord.gg/Eorzean-archives. Thank you, Bean. Quick, lick the like button before anyone says anything. Want to see Scantling Cloud Archivists? Well, we don't have those yet, but sign up for our Patreon anyways. You can get rewards like your name in the banner above my head at the end of videos, and color changes for the Discord, and many things besides. Thanks for streaming. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining in, Simon. Jelly can't stop me. Kids Our series over here in Eorzean, where Ray does a lot of fun little Twitter things where she posts the sayings that you'll see around the world. There's all sorts of crazy things that you'll see NPCs talking about that nobody knows. Also, speaking of, don't forget to check out Ray's Ada video. She put out an Ada Pureheart video that is a basically an archived version of it. You can find that over on our Plus channel. Yep, thank you, Bean. Think of the Alliance raids, not Eden, never mind. Yeah, we can also do the Alliance raids. We can get the Alliance raids queued up. We're gonna be doing those either tomorrow or on the next week. Tomorrow we're not gonna be doing weapons because we're gonna stay in the source. So tomorrow we'll probably either be doing Eden or Alliance raids, but I am gonna decide when we get there. If you licked Alexander, would he taste like metal apple brandy? Yes. Do they explain each shard is leaning towards an element like the first is towards light? Well, each shard is leaning towards an element because the Ascians tilted towards that element. So, like, it's not that the first had to be light. The first could have been any of the elements, but they tilted it. The light element that they tilted it towards was light. So, like, the different ones, like the 13th and the 7th, I think, were both tilted towards astrality. Yeah, YouTube does that sometimes, Oblivion. Join our YouTube channel for the low price of not much. You get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivists. Thank you, Ray Ray. Watch the newest FFXIV archived. Ada story here. Thank you. That's in the Exarch PowerPoint early in Shadowbringers. Yeah. I'd offer to be around for Eden Alliance, but I wouldn't want to embarrass myself sheer level of mechanical blindness. No, join in. We'll clear through it. It's not a problem. The point is to be able to do it with people, and especially for the Alliance raid, it's going to be fine. There's 24 of us, right? If you struggle, 23 people can make up the slack for that, no problem. Especially if you want to have fun. I knew Alexander only operated in a loop in the quest line, but the second part of that question was about how the quest outlined there was something Alexander did on purpose. Yes, but my point is that if the only expressed version of time travel that exists in the game on repeat is in a fixed loop, and there is no example of a non-fixed loop, you can only operate and the only examples that seem to imply there's a non-fixed loop are actually part of a fixed loop. Effectively, time travel then can only be operated under the assumption of a fixed loop. We're like them all levels of play, Oblivion, yeah. Why couldn't Alexander quantify the Warrior of Light? Probably because we are an enigma, because the Alexander didn't have a full understanding of every variable outside of the universe, like outside of the universe itself. So like it only had a certain amount of data and it couldn't understand maybe the Unsundered World, maybe it couldn't understand certain things that the Warrior of Light seems to be operating under, or the fact that it did not necessarily understand Akasha, let's say. First ever run at Dunscape to clear the third boss, the entire alliance was dead. Yeah. Wow, that's funny. Have a good one, lady. Good. Hello, Raven's father. Okay, if anyone has any final questions, could say them. We've gone well an hour over what our usual is, but we're gonna wrap up here. Thank you everyone for joining. We've done it. We've completed Shadowbringers. We're on our way. We got a bit of stuff to do, but then we got a 5.x, and I'm gonna have a lot of tiers for 5.3. But yeah, any final questions or anything before we head out? Don't forget, if you want to talk about lore or have lore questions, you can always @ me over on the Discord. And it'll be a lot easier for me to answer a question if you @ me in it, rather than just posting it, because sometimes I may not check for, until late in the day. Okay, with that said, I've been Elio Forsteron. I hope all of you have a wonderful evening, and I will see you tomorrow. Cheers, everybody.